Welcome to Commodore 64 Brain, where we're going to do machine language projects.
Yep, guys, thanks for joining us and for bearing with us almost an hour into a delay here, but things happen, technical issues aside, we've got it working now. You can excuse this over here. I was just demonstrating Infiltrator, which we'll be using hopefully later for those who want to know it. You can go in and you can just, disassemble games, look at their sprites, you can look at their character sets, you can even play with their sound and everything. So it's a really cool tool, and it just pulls snapshots, like you said, directly in from Vice. But the whole idea of this project is to really try to start working on, I'm going to say a simulation, as I mentioned many times, not a game. If I say a game, I'm basically setting myself to a standard, and I need to stick to that standard. So I want to make it something real simple and light. That way we could finish it, and if we need to evolve it, we could go back and just add stuff to it. Okay, let's go back to what you had earlier, bro. You had some sprites you showed me on the screen?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and screen share.
Yeah, that's where we're going with this anyway.
Yeah, what I like to see is to kind of break down, just have a couple goals every week.
Yeah. That's why I created that little document I showed in the video. So I like to be able to follow the bare essentials. I'm just going to pull up, forgive me, Firefox here for a minute.
Sounds good. So what kind of goals do we want to do this week? I think like getting CBM PRG Studio. I think step one could be to get with PRG Studio, get a program that runs, that auto run, where all you have to do is load the program and type run to run it. And then maybe build a couple sprites and get them on the screen.
That's actually a good idea. I never thought about that because I'm already set up with CBM PRG Studio. And since this is a brand new tutorial, we want to have everybody on the same path with us and show them how to go in and set up CBM PRG Studio. For those who are not familiar with CBM PRG Studio, you can write a semi-language code that can be plugged directly into the Vice C64 emulator that will allow us to run our code real time, basically. I couldn't get this one to run, of course, but you can download it. Might want to go there too. Oops, I like the gigantic screen here. Just type in CBM PRG Studio. It's that simple. There's a download right there. Excuse me. And you just hit download there. And should have the most recent version here. Right there. Download CBM PRG Studio, and you just download it right there. I don't need to do it, but it's pretty much right here. I believe that's it, right? Yeah. Anyways. Also, when you go to download it, I was running Norton. Norton will look at it as a virus, and it'll actually delete it. And it'll also delete a lot of things like Sprite Pad. It'll delete Character Pad. At least mine has been doing that. Now, Windows 7, I didn't see that, but I saw a lot of that happening as soon as I got Windows 10 up. So if that happens, you just need to shut it down. That's what I did. I just turned it off, completely removed it. So like you said, we'll be using CBM PRG Studio, as Bo was telling us here. Great tool. There's just so many things. If we need to really get into it, they have a lot of things built into it, like a sprite editor. And he talked about this in the bare essentials too. I think he was using CBM PRG Studio. You have a built-in sprite editor. You can load stuff in here, export it, import it, and whatnot, Basically, you're taking sprites from, you can take sprites from Sprite Pad. We'll be using that. And you can instantly import them, excuse me, into CBM PRG Studio so that we could see them live. And you got a character editor. I don't really use this one a lot, but it is kind of cool. I play with it a little bit, but I'd probably prefer to use, I think I have it down here. Well, anyways, it's a Character Pad. I don't see it down here at the moment. So got that. And then in addition to that, we have screen editor. I don't think I've ever played with this. So just different tools built into it. I haven't really played with a lot of the stuff. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to go play around with this or that. I just like to get stuff working and just kind of get it working. As we're moving along and we learn stuff, we can start learning new tools and stuff like that. Probably some of the more important stuff is making sure you set it up properly. So you want to go to the tools options, because by default it isn't going to know where your Vice C64 emulator is, which is another thing. If you haven't done it, better mention that too. Of course, you want to download Vice C64. So let me just throw up another Google window again and just type in Vice C64. I just say download. And it'll be right there at the top. And just hit the download link. And depending on which version you're using, which Windows, you know, whatever optimization you have, you can just go from there. I just click on MS Windows since I'm using 32-bit and just click that one and download that right off the top. And it'll download. There's a little bit of a delay there. It should pop up. Yep, like that. It'll pop up. I don't need to save it, but it'll save right here. And then from there, it's just a matter of going into your desktop, you know, and I just use Explorer, locating it, and it'll appear up here at the top, and just downloading it, extracting it to your folder, and getting it running. And for those who want to know, we were playing with it earlier, but this is Vice right here. It's just an emulator that emulates Commodore 64. How would you say that, Bo? It just emulates like a picture of it or something?
What, WinVice?
Yeah, how would you describe that? Like,
oh, WinVice is a Commodore emulator, Commodore 64 emulator.
It just reproduces the ROM from the original Commodore 64, basically. So yeah, that's
right.
Getting back to here. Yep. So I was just showing them, so we know that the Vice C64 is what's going to plug in directly into CBM PRG Studio, and this is where you set up all the options, your preferences for CBM PRG Studio. You can set up the project here if you want to change the location here. I just set mine to C64. You can change it here if you want to set a different folder. And of course, if you need to use any of these, but we're just using C64, so we'll stick with that. I don't mess with any of that stuff. General, this is just general stuff. If you want to do auto numbering, you can return that off, you know, and stuff like that. Don't really mess with a lot of this stuff. Just kind of leave it as default. Assembler. This, I usually go in, and if you don't set this to none, it'll start popping up that box every time, like the assemble box, every time you run the code. So I just set it to none to turn it off, just to save time. And then you've got the tools. Just shows you the tools. I don't really mess with that. Fonts, if you want to change the fonts, you know, all that stuff. Emulator control, here's what's the most important. Notice mine is already pointing to my Vice, and this is directly where it's located on my computer. And if you want to find it on yours, you're just going to hit browse after you download it and extracted it to a folder. You want to locate that folder, and then you're just going to click on it. For example, if I wanted to add it right here, it would instantly pick it up here. I'm not going to do it here, but I guess I could. If I hit open there, you would see it instantly. It would pick up that version of Vice. Of course, we don't need that. But and everything else I don't really bother with. Debugger. You could use you could use the CBM PRG Studio debugger or the Vice debugger. I just said the Vice debugger. Well, actually, no, we're going to be using CBM PRG Studio. So we'll be using now CBM PRG Studio. So just leave that the way it is. And colors, whatever, you know, standard stuff you'll find. But yep, that's pretty much a setup. So what I really want to do is probably let Bo take over from here and just start talking about some of the sprites and stuff we'll do, and we'll start making this real simple, just putting it together. Like you said, we can do some animated sprites or something like that, and just kind of start it off that way for now.
Well, now, when you first download WinVice, WinVice, the Commodore 64 emulator, defaults to wanting to emulate the keyboard of a Commodore 64. Many of the keys are placed in different places compared to a current PC keyboard. So you're going to notice things like if you push plus, it comes up as minus. If you push shift 2, it comes up as a quotation mark, things like that. This can be kind of a pain in the butt. And Steve, I recently set it up where I could help you. Steve, would you prefer to have WinVice where it matches your PC keyboard, where you push plus is plus, you push minus is minus?
That's a good question. I've got so used to using the other one.
I I got a file I could give you a link to that could change that to where when you push Shift 2, it comes up as an @ sign and it just matches your PC keyboard.
Probably makes it a little less painful. When that'd probably be good for later, because right now we're going to be focusing mostly on CB and PRG Studio, so we'll be using the regular standard keyboard for that. But if we need to use Vice, I think that'd be great for later, because we're not going to be sitting there writing inside of Vice, right?
Yeah, you're right, because you're not going to have to be typing in Vice all that much.
Yeah. But that'll be great for later whenever we have to do any, if I need to go in here and whatever. So anyways, how would I set that up if I needed to? You said it's a link I need to get?
Yeah, I got a link I could give you. Then you update the keyboard settings to point to this new file, and it just changes the keyboard setting.
Okay, that sounds good.
So next big thing is, Steve, on your Google Hangout window, do you have it set up to where whoever's talking is being shown on the screen?
Actually, let me go back to Google Hangouts. Probably not. I don't see yours highlighted right now.
Okay. Is anybody highlighted on there?
I don't see any highlights on anybody. No.
Okay. Because I checked the, I'm checking the stream here, and I don't see it switching. It's switching back and forth.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Would that be that? Somebody's chatting over here.
I think the easiest way to fix that is if you click on, you know the 4 icons on Google Hangout there where it shows all of us? Click on yourself 2 times, and that should fix it so that it streams who's talking.
Like a double click?
Yeah, just click it once and then click it a second time.
It's got like a little, when I click it the second time, it's got a little white box around it.
And then go ahead and click it a 3rd time.
It just goes on and off every time I click it. Yours does the same thing. Darren's and Todd's.
Yeah, you're going to want to have no one having a white box. So if no one has a white box, that's good. The next thing is, do you have yourself set up as a presenter? Because if you're a presenter, then only your screen will show.
Yeah, right at the top there, stop presenting. It says you're screen sharing and presenting to everyone.
Okay. You do want to screen share, but you don't want to be the presenter. So you want to stop presenting.
Where am I going for that?
Okay, now then go ahead and just click on screen share again.
It says screen 1, screen 2, and there's an application window.
Yep, go ahead and click whatever screen you want to share.
Yep, that's what I did earlier. And share.
Yep. There you go, you're back up. Now let me go ahead and screen share.
See if it switches. Hit switch. It says I have to present to everyone. I need to present to everyone, don't I?
No, I can see your screen.
Yeah, you don't want to don't set yourself as presenter, otherwise no one else will show up.
Yeah, now I see both.
Okay, so that's what stops it. I see what you're saying. But that's still showing up on YouTube, right?
Let me see what the stream looks like. Okay, it's switching back and forth now. We're good.
Cool.
All right, I got a bunch of sprites here on Sprite Pad. Steve, did you tell people how to get Sprite Pad?
Oh yeah, I probably should do that too. Jesus, guys, we were just taking a little detour there for a minute. So if you want to get to Sprite Pad, pull my little video back over here again. You just want to go to whether it's Firefox, Google, whatever, and you're just going to type in I basically just type in Sprite Pad. I think people will get it. That was it. Yeah, it's right down here. It's a little bit surprised he didn't show at the top, but he's right here. Chris Software. Just click on that. I think you might have to click down here. Oh, it's down here at the bottom. So you can download whatever version you want, whether it's 1.5, 1.7, 1.8. I don't even know if I even downloaded the newest. There's a 2.0. Let me see which one I'm using. I'm using 1.8.1. I could probably upgrade to mine. So it couldn't hurt to download it here and then save it. And then just open it up in the folder. I had to extract mine. Set the folder. Actually, I'm just going to create a new folder here. The 2.0 or 2.1. Now we selected the folder and you can just extract it. It should automatically open up. Then you can just rerun it. Oh, this is interesting. I like the new one. Looks a little different. They got probably some new stuff we could look at here. And I already have my default set to the project, so. And we're back where we were. Okay, go ahead. Did we lose you again, Bo? Are you still there, Todd?
Okay, so I guess the next step would be what? To start a new project in CBM PRG Studio?
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Okay.
I'm here still, by the way.
Okay, thank you. I just keep testing just to make sure their audio is working good and everything. So
I got CBM PRG Studio version 3.9.
that's a good point.
I think Todd was saying he was having trouble with it, so he went to 3.8.
Okay, what about Darren? Is he still here? Are you live, Darren? On audio?
Yeah, I'm here. And I was the one having problems with 3.9. It broke the breakout project.
Yeah, the breakout one we never finished, right?
Yeah. And whenever I tried to run it in 3.9, it wouldn't compile.
That's a bummer.
So what are you using now?
3.8.
3.8? Okay. I got 3.8 too, so I think we're good. What are you using, Bo?
I got 3.9. I also have another version.
And do you have your setup too, Todd?
Well, I downloaded it, but I haven't started it yet. I guess I could see if it launches, right?
Yeah. Just get everybody on the same page. So we're gonna, I guess we're all agreeing on 3.8. Sound good? Well, you say it's better to have a Windows 7 than a Windows 10. So anyways, while he's getting that set up, we'll just go here and you can either do it here from the file menu, new project, whatever you want, or you can just open up an existing project, or you can create a new project right here. So it's all preference. You choose the target machine. Obviously, we're using the Commodore 64. We're just going to choose C64, and you just set up a project name. Keep it consistent. Language project. And essentially, all you do is create. And it's already created the folders here for us. Just simply for basic, if we need to do any basic, if we need to do any sprites, we could separate our sprites into this area. Screen designs, character sets, that's very, organized. I just start right here in assembly and instantly add new file. So we can just start, I'm just gonna call this one ML project. And like that, you should be presented with a blank screen. You'll see a start page, which will take you right back to your start page. And of course you got the ML project just for your regular disassembly and all that. So I think probably what's important is really getting a good sprite animation going, wouldn't you think?
I guess the first step would be to get a program run, or get a little assembly program there with a basic loader in it, so that you could load it up in WinVice and run it just by typing run.
Okay.
Yeah, and I kind of like how last time we started with the raster. That was really important, I think, to get the.
Well, that might be a little bit advanced for this one, but yeah, I do remember that. Just, I think what we're just for now, just get it appearing on the screen will be good enough. Just like if, and those who want to know, like in BASIC, if you wanted a sprite to appear on the screen, you just go down here and you turn on the sprite first by setting it 1 to 1. And then you just position the sprite at a horizontal position. You guys see that okay? The device is kind of small there. You set the horizontal position like that. You won't see it until you do this. It should appear. There it is. And then you just set the shape pointer where it is in memory. We don't have a sprite in memory right now, so we can't really set it anywhere. But what is it by default? But anyways, if you set 255, it's going to figure out whatever that is. You would say it was divided by 64 or whatever. I don't remember. But yeah, we could just get a simple sprite on the screen because we can always animate it and do whatnot from there. So probably the main important thing is to bring it into memory. We're not going to sit there and write code to bring the sprite, but rather, since we've already created the sprite, we're going to load it into memory. So probably should make a little bit of room here. I think it's INC den. I'm going to need to grab one of my code examples here too, real quick. That sounds like a disk drive humming, like a Commodore 64 disk drive.
Oh, that's my computer fan. Here we go. Boom.
It just reminds me of a Commodore 64 disk drive. I'm just going to currently work off of some other code that I had here from before. I'm going to do the sprite program, but it doesn't work. Yeah. So you guys can't see it. I'm just on another screen right now, just trying to get this one loaded up so I can kind of model after this one. Got a little distractions tonight, but thanks for bearing with us. As I say in Hollywood, the first movie is always not that great. Usually the second movie hits it on the numbers. Okay, I finally found some code. I don't think this is mine. What is this? Dang, it doesn't want to load. All right, give me a second here. I have some errors over here. I'm trying to get one of my other ones to run. Some of them just weren't working. I've had a lot of, I don't know if you've ever experienced a lot of errors with Vice. Like sometimes you try to run stuff and it just pops up these strange unknown errors. Like it's doing it for me right now. You're not seeing this. This is on my other screen, by the way, my second screen. You can probably hear it clicking. It's not loading it. All right, so that one is trashed and it's not going to work. Here is a raster demo that Todd was talking about. So we could probably look at that stuff later. If I could just get one of these to work, it'd be amazing. And I want to work off some of the examples I have rather than working off some of the ones I showed you, like on the reverse engineering, because I'm not fully familiar. Like you probably saw that Santa's Busy Day. And it doesn't load in from Sprite Pad, so it wouldn't be a good example in this case, I think. Anyways, I just now found the breakout one. Maybe we could just go with that one. I hope it works. Oh, great. It keeps saying unable to start emulator every time I try to run it. Any ideas on that? This is where I'm at. Oops, let me see. Every time I try to run, this was the original version we had. It says that. And the emulator is obviously connected. Right there. Actually, you know what? Let me check something real quick here. Maybe it's possible because I do have two different versions of Vice on here. Maybe that's what's going on. Just trying to think outside the box here for a minute. 2.4 x86. It's the same one. I'm sure I could copy this.
Steve, in my CBM PRG Studio setting for emulator control, it actually points directly to the executable, not just the folder.
So show me how you did that.
So select the x64.exe.
Where I just was?
Yeah, select that. And hit open. Yeah. And now hit OK.
So it wasn't showing me executable. I see, it just had the folder.
Uh-huh.
I was a little nervous tonight. There we go. Remember that one?
Yep.
So I think this would be a good one. Oh, wait, we didn't get the sprite working in it. Oh, that is the sprite working. So we do have the sprite here. Okay. But for those who are watching the first time, this was the original breakout game. I don't know if we got the paddle moving. Did we get the paddle moving, Darren?
Yeah, it uses it reads the joystick though, not the paddle. I would like to do a paddle, but I don't have a paddle hooked up to my PC to use in Vice.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. We did have it. I don't think this one had detected. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay, so we did get this one. Unless, yeah, we got this one working partly. Actually got pretty far on it, I think. So we'll work off of this one. You can tell it's got some still things that we need to work on with it, I think. But it's pretty close to completion. It's not giving us a score or anything either. I think it's keeping track of the balls, all right. Yeah, it's keeping track of the balls.
Get the score going.
Yeah, that's what we were still working on last time. But anyways, we could work off of that. Just pause that for now.
Well, I thought you wanted to do a new one, Steve. I thought you wanted to do a scroller, not an arcade game.
Oh, no, not a scroller. I'm staying away from scrollers right now because I'm not very good at that. I'll admit that. I got a Limit 64 and people taught me. One guy, it wasn't on Limit 64 when I escaped to go do some Unity stuff. I met a really cool guy there. He's been doing it for a long time. He's got like 200 videos in Unity already. He's got an amazing game out there. And he said, I can give you some good advice. He goes, stick with what you know. And then right when he said that, I'm like, Commodore 64. You know, I was like, why am I here in Unity? Why am I trying to go off in all this? Because I just wanted to create the next greatest Unity. Commodore 64, that's what I know. That's what I'm known for. So right then and there, I knew that's what I wanted to come back. And I think I came back with a pretty good start. My channel has experienced a pretty rapid growth suddenly, and I'm pretty happy about it. I got like over 100 subscribers in the last 2 months. So I think I'm on a pretty good path there for a 20-year-old computer, you know. I'll take it. Like all my friends at work tease me. I wore my Commodore 64 shirt the one day, and they called me, "Hey, Commodore 64 brain," and it's like, I'm like, I'm not wearing that shirt anymore. These people just make fun of me. But anyways, the whole idea to stick on this is to really stay away from the harder stuff and to stick with something easy that we could probably finish faster. But a scroller would be nice. I would really love to do a scroller, but maybe later.
Well, I like your idea of doing the animated sprite. I mean, the ball and paddle is not very interesting for animation, right?
Well, that was
the little guy. It looked like he was. You were going to do a walking animation, maybe.
Yeah. We're working. We're going toward that goal. Yeah. But we've got all the code here we need. And what I was trying to do is go in here to get the extracted files. I'll have to search them, I think. It should already be at the top here. This is mostly Darren's code. So Darren, do you remember where we put that at?
The sprite data is right there as bytes. It's not a file.
Oh, great. All right, so that's why I was trying to get mine working. Well, let's go back to you, Bo. Are you still alive? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still there. So how do we get that? What is it? Am I doing this right? Is it INC bin? I can't remember if that was the way we loaded it in.
Yeah, if you have a binary file saved to your project folder, you can do an INC bin to load it in.
Okay, so we'll just start with that then. SPD or what is it? I can't remember what the name of the file is. Sorry guys, for the setback here. I just could not get my CBN, technical issues with Google Hangouts, and now I can't get my other CBN PGR Studio to load original program or a game that I had worked on. For some reason, it just will not load. I'm going to try what Todd said too to make sure the executable is there, but I can't get it running for some reason. If you guys remember, I did work on a scroller a while back, and it was working, but as of right now, I can't get it to load. It was right here, actually. I was going to double check, make sure. Yep, it says x64. Watch it work. Yeah, I got some errors in this one. This was really strange. This is why I was hoping to get Bare Essentials and some other really good people in here. I mean, everybody here is really awesome as it is. Just some people who are real familiar with, stuff like using these utilities. I was getting this very strange message when I went back to decompile this, and I originally did not get this error message, but it's saying invalid operator, label, or variable, I think, RDC1. So it's basically saying this is an invalid label. I could not figure out why it was saying that. I had to go back and rename it. So I just eventually just went back and just changed it. Any ideas on that one? Anybody?
Invalid label. I know if you have a label in an assembly program and you try to compile it, if the label doesn't get used anywhere, it'll say, hey, this label's not doing anything.
See, I just changed it again, and it still says invalid label. So what I had to do eventually, I think I had to set this on another line. I think it was an editor issue, if I remember. Yep, see, it bypassed the error. For some reason, I don't know why this label I used earlier did not want me to leave it on one line. I played with it, and this is how I figured out I had to separate this on another line. Now this one's also given an error. It doesn't like the word character set. Notice it's in blue. So I had to go back and rename this. Might be a replace option on this, I don't know. But anyway, to save some time here, just type it in. You're right. I mean, the editors can detect if you've loaded a label somewhere else and detect that as a duplicate. But this one's just saying invalid operand. Oh, didn't you like the change I just did? Oh, that's because I had a 1 in it. Okay, take out the 1. Okay, I know what I did wrong. I'm sorry. So anyways, down here is what it's doing is it's looking for the character set. I'm sorry, the sprite. This one right here, I was trying to reuse this one. It doesn't like this name, so I had to go back and rename this one. I was doing wrong. And find character set. And this one has, you can't make this identical to this, otherwise it's going to read this as a label. So we want to set this to a different name. See, when I put it in blue, though, it doesn't like that. It looks at it as if it's already an operand. It's like it's picking up a macro. I don't know what it's doing. It's really strange. So eventually I just settled for, I think I just did something like that. And I have to go back and I have to change all of these, and I should have enlarged this, excuse me. And just move this window over and make this a little bit bigger so it can be seen. And we're branching back to it. So this was our original label name. So, oh, actually, no, we still got that one. So we can probably leave that.
So it's like char set is a reserved word or something here in the assembler. It didn't like that you were.
It is. But you know what's really weird, Todd, is this program ran before when I had all those label names in there. So I can't.
His name's Darren. I'm Todd.
Oh, you guys sound so alike. I can't even tell. I need to start looking over my screens there. You sound alike. So excuse me on that. But anyways, I'll have to keep that in my head.
Did it break whenever you upgraded your version of CBM Studio?
I think it must have, because that's when I started getting a lot of weird error messages. And that's when I finally reinstalled Windows 10, which I don't recommend. Even if you reinstall it, it leaves everything the way it was. So it's, anyways, point aside. So anyways, we can use this to extract a sprite. I just wanted to use this to know, so I get more familiar with CBM PRG Studio since I've been out of it so long and been focused on BASIC for a while. You've seen all the very basic tutorials to get my head back on so I can understand where I'm going again. So we're gonna, like Bo said, we're gonna need to locate that sprite in the folder, and then we're just gonna set the sprite data there, and then we can just read it basically and from memory and instantly use those commands you saw me doing down here and assembly over here to get it on the screen just for now. So I set it to C000. That's just a common place in the Commodore 64's memory that's unused. You can use that area. Eventually, you'll run out of room because there's only a certain, what would you say, Bo, there's a certain range you can use before it starts running into another area in memory. It's just a way that people write smaller assembly language routines in. But anyways, we've got a folder here. We've got, let's call this one man. Go back to our sprite.
Yeah, depending on where you put it, you might start overriding things like your SID registers and your.
Yep. Oh, why am I saving it? What to do? You're going to go to Sprite Pad anyways. What we're going to be doing is, and if you wanted to, I could show this to people too. We could go in and we could animate these two. You have to click on Shift in each one, as I was doing earlier, like that. And then you can animate them. It pulls up a window here, animator. You can set the start frame, end frame, how far you want it to go. You can just basically just run it here. As soon as I press this, you'll see it animating there. But that's just because it's going very quickly. So we could slow it down if we wanted to. You can kind of see it. That's how I got mine looking a little bit better than, and you see it's going through each frame as it's going through each different sprite there. So you can test them, of course. Most of us in this chat are familiar with it, but people watching the YouTube might not be, because a lot of people have talked to me and said, they want to learn machine language. For those who are watching, I don't encourage this video to learn assembly language. This is just going to be a guide for those who want to evolve into a simulation. That word's going to be used for a while. But anyways, we're going to save a project here, and we're going to export it. What I keep saying, save project, we're going to export means we're going to basically move it into a folder where we can retrieve it later and mirror where it is in CBM PRG Studio, so we can make this INC bin find it, basically. You want to set a load address, a hex address, where a sprite area memory is safe to use. And I'm going to actually pull up another tool. You probably already know what I'm going to do before I do it. I try to get a few people to use this tool already, but some people just have their own opinions, I guess. I don't know if you guys have seen me working on this, but it's complete now. And you can download this on my GitHub too, by the way. It's got the complete Commodore 64 map. And actually, this was an older version, I just realized. Trying to get back here out of this. Anyways, I know where it is in the computer. I'm just going to pull it out of the folder here. It's in the C64. I'm still in the downloads. I took your advice, Todd, and I became a more organized person. So thank you for that. So
I still think that's Darren you're talking about.
Huh?
Darren. You mean Darren. You keep saying...
It was you, Todd. You was the one that said that to me.
Oh.
You gave me the advice. Yeah, so just give you credit for that. But anyways, thank you for that. Because just a lot of things in life are important to really know where things are at, like your keys and stuff like that. I can't seem to find the actual project right now. But anyways, I do have I moved a lot of my files over when I had to change my Windows 10 environment. So they're actually in a different area. And to get myself sidetracked here for a minute, they're actually in another drive is what I'm trying to get to here. I don't think, well, sometimes when I'm talking, but anyways, I got them all down here on one of those, what do you call it, external drives. And it's in just right here in Windows 10 drive. I got everything in here, and I just copied all the folders in here. Had to rename a few of them, but this is where I think I'm pretty sure I stored that Excel project. Well, anyways, I look like an idiot right now. But anyways, we got it up on the screen. The whole point is, I mean, all the registers are mostly in this one, but the original one, if you want to get it, just go to the GitHub. I should have just downloaded it. I would have saved myself more time. My GitHub there, I already have it available. You can just instantly download it. I just click on my name there. You'll use the direct link here. You'll see it here at the top. Map in the Commodore 64, and I put the most recent one here as hyperlinks there. And you just download it. Let's shut this one down. And there it is. You can see I've got the picture in there now. So it's got, what's really cool about this is also to kind of highlight this a little bit. You've got links in this now. So if you click on them here, you can instantly go to those chapters. Saves a little bit more time, you know, kind of moving around and stuff like that. Maybe put a home on that one. But what I did is I focused mostly on page, I think it was chapter 6. Let me see here. Chapter 4, sprite memory, sprite pointers, basic program text, because this is the heart of the Commodore 64 where you're going to find all the registers and everything in here. Actually, you know what? That's not it. I'm sorry. I should be looking over here. I'm sorry. I'm like, right here it is. Chapter 6. Did I just say? I said chapter 4. I clicked on the wrong one. For some reason, my link is, there it goes. And it'll instantly go to that area. So right here is where the program is loading in. If you see the C000 there, you can see that's where, move this off the screen. That's where this is loading into, and let me enlarge that a little bit. You can see that on the screen. It's just loading in a hex address. And if you don't know hex, don't feel bad. I don't either. I use the calculator a lot. My problem is I wrote too much assembly language in Decimal. That was a big mistake. I had to learn from that. We're going to be writing everything in hex, of course, guys. It's the proper way to do it. So we'll be doing a lot of conversions. But really cool thing about using the map in Commodore 64 is you can get to those hex addresses pretty fast. You don't usually have to look them up and figure out what's doing what. And then you've got the SID in here too and all that. You can just click on that section. Should be right. It's actually right in here. That's what it is. This must, I know I had another version. This is not the latest version. So I had another version that had all the SID in it. But anyways, point aside, you can see that this is a way that we can go ahead and we can nap. You can search stuff here by finding it. If we needed to find a memory location, like we saw 53269 earlier, you hit that and it'll scan through, of course, the Excel document. I enabled editing on there. I just noticed that too. And you can find where those areas are. Eventually it'll find it there, and you can see that that's the hex address we would use to enable the sprite D015 to turn on the sprite to be able to see it, which would probably be the next thing we'd want to do. If we need spaces, we're probably gonna need to set spaces. So 01 for the sprite.
So if we got a new project set up, the first thing we probably want to do is do a little test program and get it to open up WinVice and set up a program that we can run by typing run.
That's where we're heading. So anyways, I'll put this on my second screen so we don't have that in the way for now, and put this on the second screen so we can kind of see everything back to normal. But yeah, you're right. We're just going to get a little man up on the screen here. I promise, guys. We just have to basically mirror, like I said, we've already got this export set. I was showing you that to find a safe area in memory for the sprite. That's why I wanted to show you the mapping to Commodore 64, because you can use this to look up areas where you could store the sprite at in memory and stuff like that. I actually set it with an asterisk over here on the side, but for example, 828, I believe that is the one, or 832 is it? Is an easier area that's unused by the Commodore 64. Why is it not finding it? Get the decimal for this. And the hex is 340. So I might find it faster if I do that, maybe. 0. That's hex for 832. Finding it. This is.
When I look at your screen share, Steve, I see that you got you're looking to load your sprite into memory location C000.
Yeah, we're just going to use them. That's what I was showing you earlier. If I needed to repeat that, that's an empty area in memory where you can use on a Commodore 64. That doesn't really take up a lot of room for a simple little project, but we could always change that pointer later to an area where we'll have more room. But just for now, because BASIC occupies a larger part of memory, so we could probably overwrite BASIC or whatever, since we're not using BASIC.
Well, yeah, that's typically the way you'd want to go. We're going to want to make a machine language program that when you load it into memory, all you have to do is type run to make it run. So you can't do that with C000. You got to go much, much, much lower than that.
Yeah, but
is my screen share showing up for you?
Let me see here. Let me get my stuff out of the way there. I have like 20,000 windows open here. No, I don't see yours yet.
No screen share?
I just saw it a second ago when you were talking.
So my screen share is not showing up for you guys?
I see it now. Okay, yeah, it is. I'll be quiet. So don't pick up your voice.
So yeah, now that we got a new project started in CBM PRG Studio, the first thing we want to do is just write a simple little program that will allow us to get a program that we can load into the Commodore 64 and run by typing run. The way I did this, if you look on line 1 of CBM PRG Studio here, I set our assembly program to memory location 0801. Puts it right into basic memory.
Mm-hmm.
Line 2, I set up a string of bytes, and loading these bytes into this memory location makes the Commodore 64 think that we're loading the basic line 10 sys2064. And for line 3 and 4, all I got is just for it to just end. It doesn't do anything. It just runs and it ends. So now that I got this, if I build it, it'll load up WinVice, load the program in, and now if I type list, I got sys2064. So now I just type run to run whatever program I load in there.
That's right, because it gets the start of you're doing the start of what do they call that? So it'll automatically relaunch Vice at the start of I can't think of what it's called right now, but I get what you're doing. So we don't have to sit there and type sys every single time. It should automatically point it to the 0801, which is what is that 2049 or whatever.
Yeah. Now, anytime you load this program in, you just type run to run it.
Yep, pretty much. Yep, you're right. I was probably doing it the other way. I'm used to writing so many programs in memory location 49, 152. But yeah, you're right. We should probably start with something that's going to allow us more room, which is why this is a team project and we share information, of course. Well, now that we've got that, I hope let me just look at your screen to make sure mine looks right. Oh, can you get your screen back up again?
I'm screen sharing.
Let me just take a look. I don't see your screen.
Is my screen not showing up for you guys? What do you see? Do you see my?
I see it. I'm typing it in now, just so I have a test program.
Yeah, I see it. I just have to click on your name.
Yeah, make sure to click on my name there, Steve.
That's what it was. Okay. It kept going away because I kept talking. That's why it was. Okay. Now it won't even move the Google thing out of the way, so I can't see it all. There it goes. Okay. All right. 32, 30. I think everything looks good here. 36, 34, 0, 0, 0. And then you set it past the area where it starts at the memory location. I see what you did there.
Yeah, so as it stands, the program I have now doesn't actually do anything except write a small little basic program that just writes 10 sys 2064.
Yep.
And I think it's best to have it this way because then once we save it to disk and we're done with it, you know, when you type in load in the program and comma 8, comma 1, once it's loaded, you just type run, and then it automatically runs, right? You know?
Yeah. Thanks for that tip.
Yeah.
I get stuck on, bad habits sometimes, but yeah, now that we have that, we can launch it from that starting point, which is equivalent to like people trying to like do the reset on what do you call it, the restore key or whatever, and the break key on the Commodore 64 keyboard. But yeah, so how do I get my screen? Just by clicking on it again?
So I typed in this program. Now I typed it in and I hit build and it said it built it and created a PNG. So now how do I actually launch it into the emulator?
Okay, yeah. If you click build.
Yeah, I did. I said build to file, or do you want it to build to memory?
Oh no, just click build and run.
So I go build, I go under program, and then I go under run.
Yep.
And it just brings up a dump file. It wants me to save it.
Yep, go ahead and just X that out.
Okay. This publisher could not be verified. Oh, I just say, okay, always ask. I just say run. Okay. Okay, so it brought it up and it said ready, but nothing happened. The screen is blank. It was supposed to, I got to type in run, don't I?
Just type list and you'll know it worked if it shows you a basic.
Yeah, I see 10 and then the number. Is it supposed to be the right number? 2624? Is that not right?
Yep. You want to say, if you type list, you want to say 10 sys 2064, and that means we're in good shape.
206. I get 20624. I must have typed something wrong.
Yeah, you might want to check line 2. You might have an extra byte in there somewhere. Maybe.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll have to check that again. I have to see your screen again, I guess. I must have fat fingered something. $V, $. I don't know what all these $ things do either. I mean, they're all hex, but I don't know what they mean.
It's just a way of the computer looking at it as hex versus decimal.
Yeah, but I don't know what I know that, but I mean, I don't know what he's trying to tell the machine to do.
Yeah, line 2, low. It's a byte, and then everything you type, all the numbers you type after, it just loads bytes right into the memory address that I set with line 1.
Right, I know that. I just don't know what you want it to do.
And what that does is it makes the program line 10 sys2064.
Oh, but there's no actual program there at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like code to me. I was wondering what that was.
And I just
Oh,
got
so it doesn't actually go do anything.
Yeah, if you run it, it just says ready. But what we want is to type list and for it to say 10 sys2064.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I must have got one of these numbers wrong then. So I see what you're saying.
That's why I was checking them earlier.
How about you, Steve? Does it do that for you?
I haven't tested it yet. I was waiting for you guys. I didn't want to be off track here. I just went back and I just duplicated kind of what we were doing earlier in here in BASIC. I turned on the 53269, 1, which is how you enable the sprite, and I'm putting in some comments in here. Enable sprite 0, and then this load the immediate value of string 64 is, and I just translated this as 100, so we're going to put it at 100 position. This D00 is memory location 53 to 48 right here, and this is going to position him on the X. So basically, how far over you want him to peer from here to there, not including, you know, with the most significant bit position. And then we've got, once you've loaded in that memory location, you have to reload when you're going to use a different register, unless you're going to use the same number for this one. You always want to make sure to load in the new value for the beginners here. And then we're going to load the immediate hex value of 78, which is 120. And then we're going to store it into the next position up from the 53.248, which is 53.249 for the Y position. And you can see I got 120Y there. So if all goes well, we're going to make sure we point this to the right folder. We should get a man on the screen unless anybody else has seen any error in my logic, of course, which is why you guys are all here.
Oh, you're already starting to set settings for the sprite. Did the basic step work okay for you?
Yeah, I'm just moving it ahead just so we can people don't click off the video.
Okay, so the basic stub worked for you. Okay.
I got the basic stub to work. The basic one where it brings up the you type list and it actually then I got it to work.
So
I had typed an extra hex in is what I had done wrong.
Gotcha.
Right, but it's nice to see that work.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a lot easier because I got I got some old assembly programs where I didn't do that. I loaded it into memory and I can't remember what sys to type. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, we want to make sure everybody's on the same page here, of course. So what I'm doing now, everyone, is I'm moving the Sprite Pad into a memory location here where it can reload all the bytes into memory so that we can see everything. These are the bytes individually, these little pixels. And then we're going to use memory address hex 33C, which is 828. And it's a safe area we can do just for now, unless you can think of another safe area we could use that would allow more sprites, maybe, Bo? Where do you
I think you're jumping ahead of us a little bit, because once we get the ooh, excuse me. Once we get our basic stub working, we're going to want to figure out where to put our VIC bank.
Put our what?
Man. Excuse me. Once we get the basic stub working, we're going to want to figure out where to put our VIC bank.
Oh, VIC bank.
We want to set our VIC bank. If I don't lose my voice.
Well, at least we can hear you better now.
So are we all on being able to get our basic stub to load and you can type list and see the 10 sys2064?
Yeah, I did that. That worked for me.
Great. And then Darren, you too, huh? Yeah, I see you typed in the chat there. How about you, Steve? If you build and run your program, can you type a list and see the sys2064?
Oh, okay, let me see. I'll probably get an error message because I got the binary file.
Yeah, make sure to put RTS, like how I got it on my little program here.
Got the comment. There we go. And of course. Oh, unable to start emulator. Yeah, I just have to put the exe file on. Why is it doing this though? Should be opening up the other. That's kind of weird.
You need to select emulator control on the left-hand panel. You're on project.
Moving ahead of myself here. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so hopefully it'll work. Like how it shrinks it down again. Yeah. Let me just close this and make sure that wasn't the other window. Okay. Now.
Yep, go ahead and type list.
A list. Oh, so it loads in, and I see what you mean. So that's how they create the.
All right. Now that we got the basic stuff figured out, the next step is we want to figure out our VIC bank. Do you guys know what the VIC bank is?
No.
Where the sprite is located, you mean?
Yeah, the Commodore 64 has 64K of RAM. We need to decide, we need to set aside 16K somewhere in this memory for us to be able to put graphics like our sprites, our background graphics, and the screen that we're going to be drawing.
So kind of maybe like where it uses the tape control.
There is, if we set the VIC bank there, our assembly program is going to be eating up memory space from our VIC bank. So we don't want it to be there. We want to put it somewhere else.
Oh.
Steve, if you pull up maybe like the memory mapping, the Commodore 64.
Yeah, I got it right here.
And go to the where it talks about the VIC banks, the VIC banks.
That coming up under VIC bank though.
VIC2 chip when using memory bank.
Do you know the register for it? I don't really. I just we're not on the same page with you right now. I'm trying to see what you're talking about the VIC bank.
Yeah, we don't want to start assigning sprites until we decide where we're going to have our VIC bank. Because we don't want
where it loads into memory. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. If you pull up the VIC bank, we could take a look at it and see what it is and get it figured out.
Yeah.
It's not in your VIC bank.
Part of the memory that
because by default, the VIC bank is set to the very beginning of memory. Memory locations 0 through 16,000 some odd is where by default it wants us to put our sprites and our graphics, but we don't want to use that 16K block because we're already using this for our program itself.
Okay, I see. Quick question. Did we do that with Darren's project?
No.
We didn't. Okay. Did we do that with your original scroller?
With my original scroller?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we could locate that.
Well, maybe if you just pull up maybe do you have a copy of the mapping the Commodore 64? Memory mapping the Commodore 64?
That's what I have up right here.
Well, you got to get to where it talks about the VIC bank.
Yeah, I tried to find that earlier. I don't know if you saw that. It just says not found.
I think he wants you to open the PDF of the actual book itself.
So you don't.
Yeah, do you have that like the PDF?
I probably have to download it. I don't know if I have it in a folder. Let me see if I do. Been using the document.
Otherwise, I think you get to it right from Google. Let me see.
Yeah, I think I might have it in a folder here somewhere. Maybe under PDFs. Yeah, I'll probably have to Google it. I don't see it in here anywhere. Wait. Commodore 64 basic programs. Yeah, it's not in here. Okay, I'll just Google it. Save some time here. I also forgot to check on what everybody else was probably saying. Okay, nobody's commented. Okay.
Now, you know what? Maybe what you can do instead is if you go to Google and just look up the memory map.
There's one right there.
Because I double checked, I don't think it's in this book the way I was thinking it was.
You already checked. Oh, so you're saying it's not in that book? Oh.
I thought it was, but I guess it's not.
You have the edit book.
It looks like it's memory location 53272 or D018 in X.
Okay, let's go back to that then.
I believe.
D018? 018, that's reserved.
That's actually not it.
Yeah, that's not it.
Oh, okay. It's actually hex address DD00 or 56576 in decimal.
Okay, you're giving me the, okay. So DD00.
I got it on the screen share here. Can you see it okay?
Got it. Okay.
So as you can see here, at memory location DD00, we can set our VIC bank. And like I mentioned before, the VIC bank is a 16K set of memory we set aside specifically for our graphics, our sprites, our background graphics, the screen we're going to be drawing. And this memory location lets us set what 16K we want for that. By default, it's set to bank 0, which means that memory locations 0 through 16383 is where it's going to store our graphics. But we don't want this location because in this memory location, this is where we want to actually put our program.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So my recommendation is if we set it to bank 1 instead, we have 16K here free where we could put all our sprites and our screens and our background graphics. And we have, what is it, 14K free for the program.
Mm. Okay, so we're going to set the sprites in, you just said DD00. So which one?
So what we want to do is
A bank or something?
set Commodore 64, set the VIC bank to bank 1 instead of bank 0.
We're doing that before we load the sprite, right?
Do we agree this is maybe where we want to put our graphics?
Well, what else is in there at that address? What, hex 4000 or yeah, that's 16.
Yeah, you know, when you first turn on the Commodore 64 and it says like basic bytes free 38911, all that.
Yeah.
That's this memory. So we're not going to be using basic though. So we could use it instead for our sprites.
Yeah, you can just write over whatever is good, because that just throws basic when you started. It just throws basic in those memory, in that memory area. And if you're not actually going to run basic, there's no point in having it. So you just write over it.
Right.
What about the sys command that we just did? Isn't that basic? Don't we need to have basic?
That's not the basic, because basic is made up of machine language code itself.
Uh-huh.
And that gets loaded up into the memory so that you can execute it. And I think what he's saying is
our program is way down in 2049.
Yeah,
that's actually why I want to put it to bank 1, because if we got our sprites in bank 0, we're actually having to figure out how to share the memory between the graphics and the code at the same time.
Right. Because we're going to use those registers for other things.
Yeah, if we set our VIC bank to bank 1, we can store all our sprites and everything in this free memory. And the first from 2000, from memory location 2000 all the way to location 16,000, that's what, 14K free for programming. So then we could have 14K free for programming, and then 16K right past that as our, for our graphics.
Okay, that sounds good. So the next step is, how do we do that here?
See, now I thought memory mapping the Commodore 64 talked about switching the VIC bank, but you said you couldn't find anything on it.
Yeah.
Maybe look at location DD00 on there.
Yeah, it looks like you just write a 2 to that DD00.
You just have to write a 2 to it?
That's how I interpret that.
Yeah, looks like it. Now here's the problem. In bank 0, we have characters set there. The letters, the numbers.
Of course.
But once we switch to bank 1, there is no character ROM set anymore. It's gone.
We have copy characters over to the new bank.
Yeah, if we need to, we could just we can either make our own font or just copy it over to it. Either way. So let's try that. Let's see. What if I put a 2 in there? What do we get?
I put a link to where you can download that book, by the way, in the chat. If you click on that link, then there's the mapping to 64 as a PDF there.
Oh, great. Okay.
I think I have that book in the other room. I could probably go grab it.
You actually have the paper copy?
I have mine in front of me, so yeah, I would do it.
That's old school, man. You got paper in front of you.
The dead tree.
What I found here too. This is in the book. I probably need to share my screen again. Oh, can you see my screen?
Oh, okay. Yeah, your screen's up.
So here's her showing how to enable them. That's what you're talking about.
Okay. 253.
Enable bank 2. He wants to enable bank 1.
We can just change that.
Okay.
Just set it to the bit. Let's just set the bit.
Right.
Whoops.
I didn't see that in the book, though. I was going through the book, and I was talking about bank 0 and bank 2, but it never said poo-poo about bank 1. But I mean, I'm scanning through 9,900 and some page book, so.
There you go.
And 253. How does that get?
So we're
see, if you look at that program on your screen, Steve, line 20, enable bank 2, line 30. Now our display memory starts way up in the 32K, 32.668 area.
We just have to change the bank.
I don't know. I don't think we want to set it that high though, because then the 16K kind of doesn't kind of get mixed into with our SID registers and our color RAM and all that kind of stuff?
Mm-hmm. We just have to just change the bank though.
Yeah, on page 14 of that book, of that PDF book, or this page 14 of the actual book, it does talk about setting bank 2, but not bank 1.
Well, these are the bits we just have to change.
Yeah, I think we just got to essentially poke a 2 in there, but we don't want to touch the other bits though.
Oh.
You can do it in the bit format like they have with the percent, and then the zeros and ones representing the bit turned on. And then and that to the existing value, I guess.
Of course, this is the basic example. We'll have to translate that to assembly. And there. So do you want to do that? That's what we're going to do?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Whoops. Too fast there. Back up. There's like no way to reload everything. You have to click on it again, I guess. Okay.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna turn off screen sharing for a little bit because my computer's lagging real bad trying to open a PDF. I have a very, very old computer.
Have you ever thought about getting a new one?
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're back here. So I assume we're going to do this before we load in the Sprite, right?
So what do I get? Yeah, go ahead and I guess load the accumulator with the string DD00.
Oh, that's right. We're doing that. Where those arrows come from? That's kind of weird. If you right click on it, you get the little scroller. Look at that. Anyway. And then we need to, let's look at it here.
And we need to set bit 1, so you got to put a value of 2 in there.
Are we loading first, or are we loading the medium value first? Aren't we just loading 56 by 76 and in it with 253 and storing it in the DD00?
Yeah, but we don't want to do an and 253 because that's not.
Oh, well, not and 253. I'm sorry. Well, and whatever the bit translation would that would be. I just subtracted from 255 is what I always do. It would be and bit 2.
So what the heck is 253 in binary?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we don't want to do and 2 because we don't want to.
Oh, because we don't want to use bank 2. Which one are we using again?
No, I mean we don't want to mess up other bits. There's other bits in there that do other things.
So we have to like use OR or something to turn on bits, turn off bits, stuff like that.
So it looks like 253 sets bit 1. So if we do an and.
I need to look at that guide you had again. I copied it earlier.
I think we want to do and 254.
And 254?
I believe so. Because that turns off the bit.
That would turn off all the bits except for the bit 16 or bit 7.
Yeah.
So basically we go through and it would turn off all of these right here. And just leave this one. No, I'm sorry. We do no 254. Do the opposite. Isn't it going to be this one?
Yeah, we want all bits left alone except for we want six. We want 6 on and, or I'm sorry, we want bit 0 to be off, and the rest of them all to be on.
Yeah. So the AND is what turns them off, and it just ignores all these other ones.
So
That's right.
So I think it's AND 54.
Now, are we going to be turning on a bit? Is that when we're going to use the OR? That's when we're going to get our bank.
Well, right now, DDOO is set to bank 0 by default. So bank 0 means that bit 0 is set, but we don't want bit 0 set. We want bit 0 off and bit 1 on. And then, of course, bit, all the other bits on. So if you do it AND 254, that turns off bit 0 and turns on all the other bits. So that should set it to bank 1.
Which is what our goal is. We just store it.
And then store it back in DDOO. Yep.
So now when we go to access a sprite, it's going to basically look at this area now. Now that we've relocated the bank, basically.
Bank, for graphics, we're going to be using memory locations.
Well, I mean, just for the sprite for now. We'll get to the graphics later.
What's that?
We're just going to do the sprite for this demo, this tutorial.
Right. So we're going to want to put sprites into memory location. What is it? 16 times 1024.
Yeah, you have to convert them. Yep.
So memory location 16384, which in hexadecimal is memory location 4000.
Yep. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Okay. I see how it works now.
Now we're not going to want to put a sprite at 4000 because now we need to figure out how to split up our VIC bank. Because remember, the VIC bank does the sprites and the background. It does our sprites, it does our char graphics, it does the screen, the 1K screen too.
I didn't understand that until you said it. Okay.
So we're not going to want to put the sprites right at 4000, I don't believe. I'm pretty sure we want our screen to be at 4000, right? Like, how do we want to split things up? Like, what memory location do we want to have for our screen? Because, by default, it's memory location 1024. But it can't be that anymore because we're in bank 1 now.
So we have to kind of choose between.
So where do we want our screen to be? Like,
Which is the largest?
Well, a screen takes 1K. A sprite takes 64 bytes. I think a character ROM set takes, what, 2K?
A lot more, so we'll need more for this screen.
But yeah, screen takes 1K, so we're going to want to set aside 1K for our display screen. So, Steve, what memory location do we use to change the screen location? What is it, 53270, I think?
Oh, yes. You mean for the character set? Yeah, that's it. And what is that in hex, of course? Maybe 015 or something. 018.
D018. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I just realized my Google Hangouts shrunk again.
Okay, here we go.
I didn't realize the whole time they were looking at your screen. Whoops. Sorry, guys. They were listening to your voice the whole time.
Okay, so memory location D018. 1 through 3. Okay, that's character memory. But we want the pointer to screen memory. So bits 4 through 7 point to screen memory. All right. Okay, so that one's actually okay.
I guess when you're saying, do we have to set each of those bits for those, one per screen, per sprite, and so on? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I figured if it's going to be a big project, we might as well set everything up ahead of time, right?
Yeah, I hate the word big project, but yeah. Make it simple. Because, that can go over our heads. We don't want to do that. Something screen by screen by screen. And yeah, just something that can handle regular size tiles.
Okay. I can't screen share, you guys. Not for the most part. I'm sorry. But I got your screen up, Steve. I can see what you got up.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to get you to. I mean, I have to click on you again. That's the only way I can get you to screen share, and it just shows your.
Well, I turned it off because it's giving my computer problems.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But on your screen, Steve, I see, what is it? Line 9.
There's nothing on line 9.
If you go to line 9, let's try storing a couple values to the screen to see if it's actually working. So in line in line 9, put
you're talking about storing to the screen?
Yeah, store it to 4000, 4001, 4002, 4003.
That hex 4000?
Oh, you know what? In line 9, just put INC string 4000. In line 9.
Wait, okay. Also, we're loading into that area. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, in line 9, put INC string 4000.
You want that up there?
Well, not LDA, though. We want INC for string 4000.
Increment. I see.
Yep. And then line 10, try INC string 4001. And then maybe do a few more, 4002, 4003.
What is this doing?
This will draw to the screen and increment the value at the character location. This will test to see if we're doing okay.
So this is telling us if it's actually looking at this area of screen memory. Basically, we kind of relocated screen memory.
Right. If you go up to line 8, and push enter after it to make a blank line 9, put a label there, like a jumper or something. Just make up a label. Jumper, yeah, there you go. And then line 14, have it jump the jumper. I'll try running that and see what we get.
Well, we still got to relocate this right though.
Well, I mean, if we want to make sure that we got the Vic bank set, so go ahead and run it now and see if that jumper works. Okay.
Well, what I mean is this will give us an error because we haven't relocated this yet.
Oh, yeah, I guess go ahead and just comment it out. Yeah.
I got an error on the label anyway. Oh, this. Oh, why did I do that? What did I do wrong? Oh, why did I do 254?
I don't think you want string 254. You just want decimal 254. Actually, you just go ahead and put it as
So it's FE.
Put it as FE, yeah.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and run it and see what we get.
Ah.
No, I can't. Do you see anything changing on the screen at all?
I see a bunch of lines. So it looks like we got it.
Okay, so our Vic bank switched. That's cool. But now we got to figure out where the screen is actually at. It should be memory location 4000.
That's where you incremented through. That's what we got on the screen.
Oh, you know what? It's not 4000. My apologies. My apologies, Steve. Go ahead and go to line 10.
We're going to erase these.
Yeah, switch that to 13A0.
1380 and so on.
Then 13A1, 13A2. Now go ahead and run it again and see if that helps. Because we want to see lines, but we also want to see the screen changing.
We saw that for a second.
Anything on the screen changing?
I mean, when we ran at it for a second there, I saw the other screen, and then it came back with the lines. I don't know what you mean by, whoops, screen changing.
Because that little line of inks there, that's basically poking the upper left-hand corner of the characters on the screen. So we should be able to see some movement or some changes up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh, so we're kind of getting some weird lines here.
Well, the lines are good, but we want to see the screen moving and changing too, which we don't. So
because we're incrementing through it, I see what you're saying.
Right. But now that the screen is moved, we are in good shape to go ahead and start with the sprite.
Cool. So we can just go ahead and relocate that now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and take out all them jumpers.
Shut it down. I changed it a little bit. Raw data. That's 4,000, right? Oh, it automatically loaded into 4,000. Isn't that interesting?
We're going to want to put sprite into 4000.
Yep, it automatically loaded it there anyway. Just save it somewhere here. I just saved it in a machine language project. I think that's good. I created a folder, machine language project. Let's create one for sprites. Oh, actually, I needed to save it. I saved it there. I should have saved it in the folder. Just move it, I guess. It's a bin file. That's what it is. So I need to change this to a bin. Remember.
It was it man.spd.bin.
Yeah. And I need to find a folder. I need to set this up as be nice if I could do a bookmark. You know how Windows 7 had bookmarks on it? I don't know how to do that. I haven't really played with it on the Windows 10 yet to do the bookmarks. But anyway, we need to find a folder, which the name of it again, called Machine Language Project. So it'd be easy to find that, right? Right here. Of course, we could set folders for the sprite data and all that, but do you think we should do that to be consistent here? Oh, you know what? This probably is something to do with this up here, maybe. I don't know, but anyways, we'll just leave it there for now. Okay, so hopefully we got our sprite and we run it. I don't see our sprite though. Oh, you know why? We're just jumping the jumper. We're not hitting our sprite yet. So should we move this code up here somewhere?
that whole line of jumper stuff was just to do a test, so you could go ahead and erase all that.
That out. Oh, all that?
Yep.
We don't really need it right now. That's what you're saying. Why am I still getting a weird screen?
Yeah, that screen's going to be like that until we start drawing on it.
I get it now. So it's like you basically change memory location 53270 to point to another area of memory.
Yeah, we moved the VIC bank so that we can have some free space for our sprites and our graphics.
I just have to get used to these complex interface adapter registers that you're using. It's cool. This is how the professionals did it, and this is what I needed to know.
So our sprite is a block.
Yeah, we need to change that, relocate where it's pointing to it. And
so I think that's why we need to kind of figure out where our screen is at, because if you remember, sprite pointers are always right after screen memory.
You know what? We never turned it on.
Oh, there you go.
I knew it was something. Oh, now we got a binary not found.
You didn't spell it right.
Yeah, wasn't it man.sbd.bin or something like that?
Yeah.
Was it? I thought it was man. Actually,
where did you get that? Anyway, that man's.
I didn't catch that. Yeah, you're right. I put the SPD in there.
That's his sprite from Sprite Pad. He saved that to that file.
Yeah, how do we get that though if we're gonna try and emulate what he's doing?
Oh, let me let you guys catch up. So, do you have Sprite Pad up first?
I have Sprite Pad, but I don't have that sprite. I don't think, do I?
No, this is one that I have. I'd have to send it to you guys. I'd have to email it to you, I guess. I don't know how. So I can maybe I could throw it on GitHub. I don't know. Let me just do that.
Well, if we want to all do the same thing, we need it. Otherwise, we can just put an X or something. We don't have to have a guy walking. We don't need anything that complicated.
All right, we'll just throw it on GitHub. Well, I'll make sure you guys get everything. So we'll just upload everything there. Thanks for keeping me on my toes there.
Well, it looks like the Sprite Pad 2 comes with some samples. We could just all agree to use one of the samples.
You just want to do the samples for now?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's see if I can open one of the samples in that same, because it downloads with samples. We can just copy it over to our working directory for our machine language program test.
Just so I know who's talking again. Is this
Todd?
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get used to those voices. Okay, that's good. So then that way
which one do you want to use? There's the whiz ball. What does that look like? Whoa, that's a bit complicated.
Yeah, it's just a little ball. So we could just do that, and then we could use that. I think there's animations already built into those anyway. So I just have to go back to Sprite Pad. But maybe later for the game or the simulation, we'll use that.
Which one?
We'll use our own sprites. But for now, we're just going to start with something. And I relocated a folder, so I don't know where it is again. Should be, it's in this one right here, C8. So you got yours up, Aaron, too? I got stuck in this one then. There it is. So it's in this one. I might not see it. 64 files. Oh, it's right there. That's it. It's in the examples folder. So tell me which one you guys wanted to use. The Subcris has a lot of cool examples in it too, of course. That's the one I think we've used before. I don't know if that has animation. That's the default. Wasn't Commando in here or something? There's another folder. Let's see if this one's got anything in it. What about this guy? There's a two site, a stacked sprite. Want to do that one?
Yeah, no matter.
Yeah, we could just stack them, make it look a bit better, I guess. Because we're all going to have access to it.
We just copy that. We just copy that over to our other folder, I suppose, or just use it where it is. I don't know.
There is one issue though. Bo might be able to get around this. It's going to take up 2 sprites.
Okay, pick a different one.
Okay. There's an animation on that one. So it looks like it might have animation in it. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. It's simple name IOSPD.
Let's check this one out. A flying ship or something there. Yep. I'll just start with the colorful one, I guess. Here's a little, some kind of a bar or something. That is. So we'll just save that into here, of course. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna right there. 4,000 looks good. Oh. Start this thing, C64, I think it is. Change project. Got so many in here. Machine language project, there it is. That's not going to do that character.spd.bin, is it? I should say it right? There's a way to find that. There we go. Well, we got it in memory now. We just need to relocate the shape. So back to you, Bo.
Okay. Because we moved the screen, as you know, the sprite pointers are always at the very end of screen memory. So right now I'm taking a look at where that's at, and it looks like Okay, so you got the sprite loaded in at memory location string 4000, but it's still showing up as a square.
I don't think that's. I think he needs to close and reopen that because I don't get the square.
No? Huh.
I get all those weird lines. I don't get the square.
Well, the square is the sprite. You don't see that white square?
When I run it, I do not.
That's interesting.
Maybe I didn't copy my file correctly. I just copied io.spd. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? You created yours as char.bin. I don't know. You lost me on why you did that.
Oh, let me go back to that. Sorry if I went ahead. You're basically, when you go into File and you're going to the import and export, do you have this version, by the way, of Sprite Pad?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're on the same page here. And then you're going to set it as raw and then export. And then make sure this sets the raw. And you're going to make sure it's the 4000 and just set that to Sprite Pad, of course. And then down here is where it's going to select whether it's a bin file, basically.
And you're just exporting that one sprite of all those. You're doing the green sprite is the only one you're outputting, right?
Well, it's actually exporting all of them.
All of them?
Mm-hmm.
And it has to be a bin. That's why you're doing that?
Yep.
Okay.
I call it characters, but I just call it char. We'll see those later, but Bo needs to show us where they're at right now because we don't know where they are in memory. He does.
Well, if you don't see the white square, we got to get you caught up.
Yeah, of course.
I'm getting there.
Make sure line 11, line 12, and all of them kind of match up with what Steve has, because that's a sprite. That's how he set the sprite up.
Thanks for slowing me down because I can get ahead sometimes. It's just, a lot of the stuff is just, I've done it over and over.
Why'd you call it char and not sprite?
I don't know. I just was thinking character in my mind. Short for character.
Well, okay.
You can call it whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
I call it what you did just because it is what it is,
Yep. I just abbreviate stuff. Plus, Bone knows what this is, and so does Darren. What's a char?
A character.
Yep. C64 talk for a character, CHR string. That's probably stuck in my head when I.
Well, I still don't have the white square, and I did the export, and I got the char.bin, and.
What'd you get?
Well, you want to make sure your line 11, line 12, make sure these match up with Steve, because you got to enable the sprite and you got to position the sprite.
Yeah.
Try sharing your screen so we can look at your code.
Click on you there. Do I have to click on him?
How do I do that? Share my screen. Share screen. Okay.
I got you clicked on. There you go. I'm seeing a bunch of boxes. There you go. Might want to zoom it in just a little bit.
How do I do that?
Hold the control key and move your middle mouse.
It's not doing anything.
Interesting.
Maybe try pushing Control plus.
Maybe I'm used to it, yeah.
Oh.
Mine's with control on the mouse.
Looks like right here at line 4, you need to have star equals. Set the pointer.
This?
Line number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the very beginning of that line.
Yeah.
Asterisk equals.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Does he have that?
Actually, no, I didn't even do that to mine. You're right, he copied mine. I made a mistake.
I did verbatim.
problem we're having. I just reran mine again. I got something totally different when I reran mine. I'll show it to you once he's done.
And remove where it says, well, I guess those are both the same value. You only need one. You either need the 2064 or you need the 810 in hex. You need both of them.
Yeah, maybe just wipe out line 3.
What is that? What was that doing for us?
That sets the memory where it starts, where your program starts in memory.
It's
And we
still-
don't need that no more, huh?
Actually, the same address. One's in decimal value and one's in hex value.
yeah, it's still
So
reading.
we need this anymore, or
So,
no? We
so
don't
now
need
you're ready. Now go ahead and try run it now.
Yeah, no, don't take out the bytes.
Don't take out that. Okay.
No. You got to shut off that assembly dump.
I do. How do I do that?
Under the tools options. That's what I was showing earlier. Sorry if I went too fast. It's tools option. Let me see. Then you go to debugger. It is. Let me see. Assembler. And then you'll see it. It'll say var label assembly dump. There it is. None.
Where at?
It's at the bottom. I'm sorry. Next to var label, where it says assembly dump there. Over to your right. Up. And to your right now, where you're at.
Nope, you're other right.
Yeah. This one?
Oh, now go left just a little bit.
You just passed it. It's right next to var label dump.
Go left just a little bit.
Yeah, you'll see it right there.
Right there, assembly done. Sent that to none.
Oh, you want this button to be none.
That'll prevent that box from popping up.
Okay. So I still must have done something wrong because I didn't do it right. It didn't.
Right.
I still just get all the bars.
Make sure to click build and run. Because if you don't rebuild it, it's not going to update for you.
That's not what this does here.
It doesn't automatically
Yes.
rebuild.
So I got to do this one.
Go with program instead of project. Yeah, and run.
And run. So F5
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that didn't do it.
Well, I got something different. I changed that register, and I got a bunch of I don't know. Let me show you for a second.
Yeah, I just realized string 4000 is actually drawing to the screen.
That's what I got when I corrected it. The sprites go on now.
So that's what makes it so.
So are we back on square one again?
So line 21 and line 23 are making the sprite go away.
They're not loading it in, you mean?
Yeah. Let me see. Whose screen am I on? I am on. Let's see. Okay. Steve, on line 21 and line 23, put a couple of semicolons to block them out.
Oh, you just want to turn those off for now?
Yeah, just for a second.
Okay. Then run it.
And now go ahead and, yeah.
Ah, back.
So that's where our problem's at.
So we still got to get that sprite working now. Okay.
So how about you, Todd? If you line 19 and line 21, if you block them out with semicolons and then run it, can you then see the sprite?
There you go.
Okay. That's good.
Well, we still don't have a
Um,
we just have a box for now.
I do not think I see it. I do not see the box. No.
Now he's just getting the background thing.
I must have something wrong still.
I can't see your screen. It's really small. Make it larger. There we go. Let me just minimize mine for a second. Look at the bytes. Make sure they're all right. Looks correct to me.
Well, we know it's doing the first part of the code. It's switching to bank because we're getting that screen with all the lines on it. So what's stopping us up from being able to enable the sprite and show it, though? Why is it not doing that for you?
Do you have it? Yeah, it wouldn't even matter if you had it in the folder. It's almost like it's not finding his shape. And that's why we should probably set the shape, but we haven't really defined the sprite yet. You can use 255 by default to 2040. That's what I've done before when it doesn't show up. So let me show you, like, I already got it on mine.
Oh, here, Todd, try this. Go ahead and block out lines 5, 6, and 7 with semicolons.
You're going to take those out?
Uh-oh, Todd, you there?
I see him still there. I moved the chat up, I guess. They stepped out for a second.
So, Steve, what you got though? It looks like when you set star you set star to 4000, it looks like it's writing the sprite data right to the screen.
How did mine do that? But his didn't.
I don't know. Only thing I see different is that he doesn't have it spaced. Line 4, he doesn't have it spaced. But I don't see why that would be an issue.
I double checked all these guys.
Yeah, line 4 is just there's no space between.
Mine's not showing the sprite anymore either, though.
Okay, so Todd, if you go up to 5, 6, and 7 and put semicolons to block those out, and then go ahead and block out 19 and 21, and then try running it.
You're just turning off and showing the default sprite without the banks.
And we're going to have to troubleshoot.
No, nothing.
Oh, look, see, now I had you, it shouldn't be switching ROM banks anymore. Something's not updating here.
That's really interesting. You're right.
Maybe try saving your project.
That's a good point. Doesn't it save it by default, though?
And go ahead and build and run it again.
Program or project?
You know, yeah, go ahead and try project.
You can just click the little arrow thing, too.
That did it.
There you go.
Yeah, for some reason, it kept running an old version of your program. Okay.
That's interesting.
So 5, 6, and 7 are good, so you go ahead and unlock those.
Your sprite's going to disappear when you do that, though.
Well, you know what? Go ahead and try running it again and see if you get both the white square and the lines.
I got something really weird.
Maybe save your project again. I don't know why it's going to make you do that every time.
Why in the world?
Yeah, I got to do Control F5 in order to get it to rerun the whole project itself requires a Control F5.
Gotcha. So okay, now we're in good shape. You got the white block and the bars. Okay.
All right.
So now go ahead and unblock the bottom 2 lines.
Control F5 to run the whole project. There you go.
Okay, now we're caught up with Steve. So what you're looking at now is sprite data actually being written on the screen as char data.
Right. So it's just a scramble nest, but yeah, I get it.
But what I don't understand is what's making the sprite disappear. Why is that going?
Yeah, mine's doing the same.
What's making the sprite disappear? Is it's pulling that sprite apart as in char bytes, and it's only throwing up char bytes of your sprite, which is just giggly gob. You have to basically say, I want a sprite and I want to see a sprite in a sprite bank, which is different than throwing chars on the screen. I think you're just loading that area of memory with sprite bytes, and then you're saying now show it as, and it's like chars because it's.
So you think those little pictures are sprites?
I think that's bit patterns of your sprite, but shows as chars.
Yeah, that shouldn't make the sprite go away though, because it's
We enable
you could do both. You could show sprite data as garbled chars and still show your sprite shape.
That's a good point.
So what's causing the problem here? Why can't we do a star 4000 and do an ink bin? Why is that killing our sprite off?
When I use a much smaller bin file, it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
That might be right. That how huge is the bin file you guys are using?
It's big, I think.
Let me take a look. Mine's 2 kilobyte. Oh, 7 kilobyte. I was looking at the man. Still not a lot.
Yeah, we got 16 kilobyte we can work with. So
yeah.
But Darren's smaller file, so you do see your sprite shape.
No, I still see a box.
He's back where we were earlier.
Okay.
But I've got a 1K sprite bin file that I made with just a couple sprites in it, whereas the IO exported was 7K and it has, I think 80 sprites in it.
Well, if we want, what we can do is we can just use the original Vic bank and then maybe put the sprite into the tape buffer or something so that we can get it on the screen and we can see it. If you want to do it that way. Because otherwise, let me see. Yeah, see, it doesn't make sense. Why is the sprite disappearing now?
I think we're overlaying the Vic bank with the R bank.
Do you think we got our first part of the logic wrong?
Or we're just going beyond, we're writing over it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if like line 6, if that is the right set of bits to set. Whenever I look at DD00 before changing it, it has a value of 199 starting off, which I guess I kind of expected it to be 0.
Can we see your screen then?
Well, I mean,
you know what? Yeah, I think that's what's stopping us up then. Line 5, 6, and 7. We should probably get rid of that.
Yeah, we need to.
And just work with the regular Vic bank since it's more familiar.
That's what I was going to do earlier, but we could use that later. So just turn off those lines for now.
Yeah, if we just take out 5, 6, and 7, that'll keep us from switching banks. And then we don't want it to be string 4000. instead of string 4000, let's go with, let me see.
Oh yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. I think it's I was using 828 earlier, but we need an area. Where did Darren's program put him?
How many sprite shapes do you have on your Sprite Pad project there?
Question.
Because if we're going to work with bank 0, we probably want to limit it to maybe 5 or 10 shapes.
Looks like there's 103.
Oh, there's more than that. If you scroll down, huh?
Yeah, there's 103 total hot quantity.
There's a
And
bunch.
its image data is like 6K.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That I just think it was just too big.
We're going to need more room somewhere.
6K, okay, let me see. 6K, how many shapes is that?
103.
103 shapes, okay.
Well, Darren originally stored his at 1,006,256. Let me share for a second here. This is where he originally stored his, right here.
Well, if we store the sprite shapes up that high, we'll have to switch back to bank 1 again. That's bank 1 memory locations.
Well, we got his store.
Oh wait, no, that's good. 16,256. That's good. That's actually the very top of bank 0.
Okay. We'll just do that.
So maybe instead of doing a bunch of shapes, just do like 5 or 10 shapes. Just a couple. Or maybe one. If you want to just do one.
0. There he is. We got liftoff.
All right. So now it looks like, Steve, you just got to set multicolor mode on yours. Huh?
Yeah. I also didn't need to do this because it defaults this. So 53 to 75, I think it is. 01B. Nope, I was wrong. That was foreground register. It's the next one up, D01C.
Yeah, D01. Yeah, D01C.
There we go.
Cool.
Now that everybody else caught up.
Hold on. Let's try something.
Hi.
Now, Todd, you want to make sure to switch line 19. You don't want it to be 4,000. You want it to be 3F80.
I'm still doing the bank switch.
Oh, okay.
Didn't make any difference. I went to a simpler sprite. I just went to one that was a single sprite.
Well, see, oh, I got you. Well, that didn't work either. Well,
it was just a single sprite, and so it didn't.
If you take, well, you go ahead and take out 5, 6, and 7. If you want those gone. And then for line 19, you don't want it to be 4,000. You want it to be 3F80.
Yep.
That should do it.
That's what that was supposed to get?
No, Steve's got the little ship thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my thing here so I could go back to my other,
Oh, you did?
my char. I changed it from the char to my own little test.
Oh, I see. You
Oh.
got
Is
something.
that what it's supposed to look like?
Yep, without the multicolor.
Okay.
And then all I got to do is, where'd you do it at, Steve?
I'll just screen share again.
Line 13? Okay. So, Todd, on line 11, you want to write down what Steve has for line 13? Yeah.
D01C. D01CSTA. What does that do?
Turns on the multicolor.
I should set multicolor mode for you.
Just bit 1 of multicolor. For sprite 0, which is the one we're using. Actually, it's sprite 1. Okay.
Is it sprite 1?
Yeah,
Or is it?
it still works. It's setting both bits.
Okay, so I got it right.
Yep, you got it. Awesome.
How come we only see that first sprite and we don't see some other one?
We haven't pointed to them yet. It's only going to show one at a time in its location.
Okay, not because we tell it which one looking at. It's just that's the first one it sees, huh?
That's a good question. Is that the first one in the list? It is the first one in the list, isn't it? If you scroll up at the top there.
This?
You see my screen?
Oh,
Right there. It's at the top there.
yeah.
And it's just a matter of changing the pointer. We could probably even increment the pointer to get to the next one. And that'd be incrementing and storing it into 2040, which is whatever that is. I cannot read hex, so it's 3FC. Whoops. We could do something like this, even 3FC. 3FC. Right. Is that like right, Bo? I was trying to increment that register. Maybe I just don't even need to load it up.
You don't have to do the LDA STA. You can just do just ink.
I could just do it, take this one out, you mean?
Yeah, if you do ink 3FC, it'll increment that memory value by 1.
Oh, sorry, I don't even need to load. Okay, I see. I thought I had.
Yeah, you don't have to store it either.
It's gonna basically pick up the next one. It probably looks like the other one. It probably have to increment a little bit further. Go to another increment, maybe. Where's spaceship? I still don't see it. That's why I thought you had to load it. So it knows where it's at.
Are you trying to change the sprite shape?
Yeah, I'm just trying to increment to the next location.
I think it's 800, isn't it? Not 3FC, but 800.
Oh, right. Okay. I was looking at the wrong location. That was my fault. So it's this one right here. That's the one where we're storing it. You're right. It's just looking in a mirror of itself, basically. If that does it. Nope. Do we know where this is storing it? Like what byte that's storing it at? Wherever you loaded it into, right? Here. $16,256. Would be at 254. That would make sense.
If you're trying to get it to look at a different
Different sprite.
shape, you're going to want to change the sprite pointer. You're going to want to change memory location 07F8. So you want to ink 07F8.
Well, do we know if we stored like immediate value where it would start at?
That's the sprite pointer. That's 07F8.
Which one am I changing? This one?
So Steve, for you, line 18, you could actually erase that line.
That's what you're saying. We don't need that load.
And then line 18, you're going to want to put it as you're going to want to put it as 07F8.
Oh, I see what I did. So incrementing that 2040. That's right.
Yeah, that changes your sprite pointer, which should change the shape of the sprite, or which sprite is being looked at.
There, I got some garbage this time. I don't know if that's because we have all the multicolors off or something.
How many sprites did you load into memory? All of them?
All of them.
Or
Put them all on. No, I don't think it's getting it. Oh, you know what? I was off by the value. I was doing 1020. Surprised it did. In a few more bytes, watch this, it would have poked on the screen. Was just why, because I can't read hex. It should have ended up poking on the screen. But anyways, no, that was them. I was actually putting in 1020 because I cannot read hex or anything. So 2040 is what I really wanted. 7. Now we got something different. I have no idea what that is, but
I think I found out what's wrong here. Steve, on your screen at line 25, if you that memory location only gives you enough space for, let me see.
you think it's running into something else.
80.
You got to do the math. I know what you're doing. How many sprites we got? 103 times 60.
That only gives you enough space to do
So 6,592.
two sprites.
So basically we just took that memory location, which was 103 times 64, and 6,592.
We'll see 254. If you put in 254 times 64.
Where'd you get the 254?
You end up with your 3F80.
Oh.
So you only get 254 and 255 for sprite shapes.
Oh, so we need a different memory location basically.
Yeah, we need to reduce this number down by quite a bit.
Well, I had mine down to just one sprite, but it didn't work. Or maybe I didn't put up the right thing. I created a single sprite.
I thought I seen you with a sprite earlier. You didn't have it?
Yeah, but I mean, I tried to make a test sprite. I changed the file to only have one single sprite, and then I resaved it.
And I see it says the size is 64 bytes, so it has 64 bytes, which is a one sprite shape. You know, if you point,
this is not. It's not. You're not looking at sprite 0 though. You're actually looking at sprite 1. If you look at Steve's screen, you'll see that it's not sprite 0. He's got sprite 0 selected, but the one that's actually displaying is the next one over with a little dot below it. So if you only have one sprite,
right,
you don't have sprite in sprite 1. If you make another sprite in there, I bet it'll show up.
Oh, I see. Okay, I can do that.
You're trying to get more than one sprite on the screen?
Yeah, I was just
curious.
Yeah, he's trying to use his own file rather than use that big file.
Something that's definitely smaller, you know.
I see. Oh, I didn't realize you only had one sprite on there. Okay.
One of the things that's going on here with yours, Steve, is that it's not sprite 0 that you're looking at. It's actually sprite 1.
Because of where I set the bit.
I'm not sure why.
I don't think you set the bit. I think it's just whatever was set from power on of the Commodore.
Well, I mean, I enabled sprite 0.
Because to set the bit, you gotta use memory location 07F8, and you're going to want to set that to FE.
That's what I was asking you earlier. What's the median value for that? I didn't know where it started. It starts at FE. So
I think it's FE, and then stored into.
So I could see why it overlapped everything then. So everything from beyond that point, I got some different sprite on the screen.
So now, so now that you're in BASIC, there, Steve, go ahead and just type.
Oh, I know what you're. Print
just type
2001.
Yeah.
So that's where it's starting at, and if you wanted to change it.
Yeah, that worked. I put a second sprite up. So I created a file with 2 sprites and then exported it over to the bin, and now I see that second sprite.
Right.
How could have I displayed the first sprite?
Don't close WinVice. Oh.
So it's right at 254. There's no 253.
Now right there, Todd, type in poke 2040, comma 255, and enter. And then type poke 2040 again, comma 254.
Oh, you're just showing how it changes the shape in memory?
Yeah.
It's just pointing at looking at one or
and
the other.
that should be your 2 sprites, right?
That should be what?
If you scroll back up and push enter on the comma 255, and then push enter again, they should switch between your 2 different sprite shapes.
And that's how you do the animation.
Yeah, but my sprites were the same.
I can't see it. Looks like 2 stacked on top of each other.
They look like 2 different ones to me. If you switch between 254 and 255, they kind of change a little bit.
Do you have 2 on the screen or just 1?
I have 2, but they should have been identical.
If they're on top of each other.
Maybe they're just canceling somehow.
You only have 1, otherwise it would show the other one.
Okay, so that's 254. What do you get when you go to 255? But you said you have 2 of the same, but you got 2 different sprites. Huh. or two different sprite shapes, I should say.
Yeah, because if he erased the one, the other one would have showed up, if there was one hiding behind it. That's just a weird looking sprite.
That's weird because this is what I have. I guess they are different, aren't they? This one, no, they're the same.
They are the same.
Right.
How could they be changing them?
I don't know. Whoa.
That's the multicolor you're changing.
Oh, the multicolor is only set for one of the sprites.
Yeah.
I don't think the multicolor is set for sprite 0.
Sprite 0. It's got it checked. Bloop. There's multicolor or not multicolor.
Yeah, I think you have it checked in CharPad, but it's not enabled in your program.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm going to show you guys how to clear the screen. Get rid of some of the background stuff that we don't need. You can make a new one.
Yeah.
Looks like a giant beetle. One, two.
Wow, look at it. If you don't have multicolor, it does that? Really?
Turns off the other bits.
Wow. But if I redraw it, it would fill it in, right?
Standard. Mm-hmm.
That 2 is kind of sad looking. Like a less fat. Small brush. Black. Bloop, bloop, bloop,
Looks like a snake.
bloop. It's supposed to look like a 2.
There's a number set built into it also. A font. If you just want to load the font.
No, just making sprites that say numbers, you know.
Trying to create your own stuff.
Yeah, so I know what I'm working with here without having to do multicolor or anything, you know.
Yep.
And I know what I'm working with here when I'm over here.
Once you get it up, I'll show you how to clear the screen.
What?
You still got the same thing again.
Shouldn't. Oh, because I still got char. I didn't change it here.
That's right. There you go.
No, multicolor is enabled. That's what's going wrong, right?
Yep.
How do you turn off multicolor? That's this one, right?
You can just comment out that one. Got to comment mine.
So there's the 2, right? How do I get the 1 to show up now?
Yeah, turn on those bits.
I gotta change this.
Okay, to get the 1 to show up, do you want 1 and 2 to be up at the same time?
No, I just want to switch to 1.
Okay. Go ahead and run it so you got it back up again. Got WinVice back up.
I just put a 7. I just turned them all on.
Okay, now type poke 2040, comma 254.
So how come it defaults to the second one with, why do I have to poke to get back to that other, why do I have to poke that there? Why can't I make that be what comes up right away?
Isn't that where we loaded it?
You could write that into your assembly project.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We can set immediate value. That's what I was doing here earlier.
Where would I change so that that first sprite shows up, that I want to work with the first sprite there, not the second sprite?
Looks like under line 16,
Let me share mine for a second.
you want to type LDA. Okay.
Here's what I put. What Bo told me.
What part do I need? All of it?
22 and 23.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. These 2 lines right there. Sprite shape formula. Somebody's got a grandfather clock going.
Yeah, I rebuilt one I got from an auction.
Oh man, those things are awesome.
Why did that work? No, because the decimal value, if you double click on it, it shows you the decimal value. And it's 240. So you're basically saying that's what I want in 240. And you're saying you want, and if I hover over it, it says that the decimal is 254.
Mine doesn't work, but yeah, that's supposed to be built in. Mine stopped working. Must have got shut off or something.
Right. So that makes sense that we're doing the poke 250 to this memory address 240.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the memory address pretty much handles what sprite shape is being shown.
If I wanted that to drop down by 1, it'd go from
Drop to E.
E. It's 17. D, E, A, B, C. That's 3, so I gotta go F again. A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, so now now when I run it, I'll see 2.
Should work that way.
Yeah, there it is.
Cool.
Okay. Because that's basically saying, go ahead and load 255 into address 240. You see my pop-ups?
Yep.
Right. So just by hovering over it, it automatically converts it to all the different things. That's cool. That makes it easy to understand when I'm poking, I guess.
It does. That's why I like it. But when it's working, mine's not working. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Right. Why is there pound sign and then a dollar sign? What's the meaning of that?
It's called the immediate value. It's getting that as a number instead of reading as a memory address.
And then this is just a memory address here then, huh?
Without the number sign. It's easy to get those confused when you're first starting out because I used to confuse them a lot.
And the dollar sign must just mean hex. Okay.
Here, I have something else I wanted to have you add to it. Everybody, actually.
I thought the dollar sign was an immediate load.
No, the immediate is the number. The dollar
That's the
sign.
pound sign, yeah.
Yeah, the pound sign.
Yeah, the pound sign. I keep calling number, whatever. Add these 2 lines at the top here. This is going to clear the screen.
It clears the screen. That's funny. It still throws up ready though.
Yeah, because it's still going back to the, with the RTS, it's going back to basic.
Mm.
Now, the next part, I guess, animation, right? Which we've been playing with all this time. So what would you suggest, Bo? We need to create a little loop to slow it down. Otherwise, we're not going to see the animation.
Yep. So we got two sprite shapes loaded. On Todd's, for example, he has a 1 and a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to just have it kind of flip back and forth slowly between 1 and 2?
Yeah, that'd be plenty good.
Okay.
Because you can always substitute a running man in later, you know, you got the base code.
Right.
We're going to need a loop to slow it down now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look up one here.
An easy way to do a loop, I guess, is just to like load X with the value of FF, string FF, and then decrement, and then branch if equal to out of it. Or yeah, it looks like Steve, you got it. Same piece.
Hang on, we need to set this a little higher. Basically, we're decrementing the loop starting at, I don't know why I keep doing 250. My hex is so bad here. We'll get better at the more we use it. 250 is what I was trying to do. FA. And we're going to decrement starting to it. It's starting at memory location 250. And this DEX means decrement the X register. So it's going to keep counting backward. 250, 49, 48% until it gets to 0. And if it doesn't reach 0, this branch not equal to loop will wait until this first iteration has happened to kind of slow that timing down for the computer, the cycles. And then you're going to do the same thing with the decrement Y. And it's just going to start that one at 1. We could probably set it to higher value, but if you set it too high, it'll go really super slow. But we could press it. What's 50? I really need to learn hex. 32. We're going to do like 32 or something like that. And then we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to go back to that same loop again, like that. Notice it's outside of the RTS also, because we're going to use this as like a go sub in basic. It's going to go sub here until it hits the RTS, and it's going to return back here. So in here, we're going to insert some code that goes JSR to the loop, JSR's jump subroutine. What's a separate jump to subroutine? To this label. And this label is just identifying a place in memory where it's going to find it. So we'll have to stick it in here somewhere, but we'll also need to create the code for it, basically.
What? All these guys are writing some assembly language. I'm just learning it with them. It's a hangout.
We got a loop in there now, so we probably could just we'll have to jump back and forth to this line as we increment through it somewhere. So I'm going to need to put another line down here. Or something for now, and then we're going to increment through that memory location. What was it again? 20. Oh, you set it at 254. We could just set a label for the. I think that'd be easier. Set a byte for the where we're going to start that, like 254, for example, and then just switch it back and forth to 255. We could go down here and just use like I don't know what we would call that. Shape or whatever, I don't know. And then you're going to set it to a byte here. And you're going to use the 54, which is, what is that, F?
Yeah, I guess FE and FF, huh?
Yeah, and Bo's got me there. And then we're going to increment through that register there as we increment through this part in memory. So actually, I should have done that earlier up here. Well, we already got a 254 here, so we just need to set this to shape. Not immediate shape. You can't do immediate shape because it doesn't look at this as a number. It's looking at this as a memory address. So somewhere in its memory here, it's going through and it's finding this as a memory register, and it's looking to see what's in that memory location, which will be 2 different bytes. And then we're just going to increment through. We're probably going to need a pointer for the increment too, right? Can't just sit there. We could increment through the whatever D00, what was it? That we had here earlier. I guess we'll just do that. So counter. I always call mine like counter. And just set it to 0 so we can increment through it. I'll go over this in just a second here, just to get it working for now. And then finally, we're going to store it in NFA. So it should, right now it's going to jump back to basic until we change this line. So we do a forever loop to jump back to Sprite Candy. That look right? Anybody think I'm missing anything? Well, let's try it anyway. It should go into an infinite loop to do something unless it just crashes. That's not shaping, it's not changing it. What did I do wrong here? Loop, counter. I forgot to load it. I have to load it into that memory location or it'll never see it. So the one we started at was shape, right? But if we want to increment in shape, what were we doing with shape? We're going from 254 to 255, right? So we would need to just increment that by 2 bytes. So essentially, since we already used the loop here, we could probably just go down here and reuse it again. I don't know if that'll work. That might. Let's see, it goes through the first loop, uses it. I think we could go back and reuse it right here. Just decrement. Crash it. Darn it. Increment the counter. Shape. We're not changing the shape though. We want to increment the shape is what we want to do. I don't know why I put counter in here now. Shape is what we really want to do. We'll probably have to set this afterward. After it. I was trying to do something there, but I probably didn't even need this because we're basically not incrementing the X register for anything here. Trying to get it to increment what's in that shape area there. But it's going to go all the way back to 0 because it's going to keep flipping. So it's probably do something really funny. Watch. See if it works. Let's go in here. Shape is at FE. Increment shape. I just had to reverse these. We never stored shape earlier though. I think I erased it earlier, didn't I? I should have probably stored it earlier. That would store it at 254, set a loop, read 254, increment, should now be 255, store it in the register, jump back. Let's see if that does it. Why does it not want to change? Let's test something here real quick, see if it moves. Doesn't move, and it's failing to loop somewhere or something. It's probably crashing in the loop somewhere. Let's see, X register Y. Oh, nobody caught that. I was going back and I was reloading the X register over and over again. I never understood. We never got out of this loop. Did you guys see that?
No.
So what it was doing here is it was loading the register of Y here with what did I say it was? Register decimal 50. It sets to Y. So think of this as saying, like in BASIC, Y equals 50, like that. And we had to translate this in BASIC. It should be X equals 250. Let me see my keyboard. So what it's doing is once it gets to here, it's going to take the register that's in X, which is this one right here, and it's going to decrement it backwards. So this X will become 249, 248, 247. It goes all the way down to 0. And it's incrementing all these cycles in 0. Once it gets to 0, it says, okay, branch is not equal to 0. Keep going back here until X is at 0. Now it's kind of just going in this, it's what it does is taking all these cycles really quickly in memory, and it's slowing down the computer so that we can kind of see processing going on. This is why loops are common for seeing something being animated across the screen, unless of course you're using, you know, rasters or something like that. And then once it's done with that, I'll show you another line here. X will be equal to 0. So now it's equal to 0. It's not going to go back to this loop anymore. It's going to now take care of the Y register, and this means decrement Y register, or do the same thing with that we did with X, except now it's going to control Y, which is this one. And we know it's set to 50, so it's going to take wherever that starting location is, 50, 49, 48, 47, until it gets to 0. And it's doing the same thing here. Notice it's going back up to loop, and you're like, why isn't it going here to Y? This is what's called a, what they call that, a nested loop. So basically, it's like taking a 4x equals 1 to 2, or was it 50? What's my x, my y? Let's start with the y. For y equals, like, have both send me that link. I can't find my equals. To 50, and then take a 4x equals 1 to 250, and kind of have them back to back like that. You had to put it in the program. And then you're going to have this loop. It's not going to be doing anything in between. You're just going to have like a next x and a next y. Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
That's what these loops are doing. It's slowing down. This is the same translation except in semi-language, just how you got to slow something down. Earlier, I was having to go back here to load x, so it was never able to increment x because it was always, it says once it got back to 0, actually it never got back to 0 because as soon as I went back to this line, it set it back to the same value I incremented after I decremented. So basically it left it at 249, I think it was. And it was stuck there. So it should work now if all is well. Let's see what we get. Probably something really weird.
Ran off the screen.
It's going through all the shapes in memory now until we set a range for those shapes. But you see how it's slowing it down now?
Yeah.
If we don't use that, watch, I'll show you. There's a reason why you have, and why semi-language is so fascinating. You probably won't see it. That's the sprite moving at a very fast speed. You have to slow down. Look how it kind of even morphs it a little bit. So the loop slows it down, and you can play with these numbers. That's why I set it to 0, 2 like that earlier, to make it look a little bit more normal. Create a smaller nested loop there. And it's a little bit much more faster. We'll probably have to change the X register a little bit. I think that's the, maybe set F0. We can use like A0 or something, it doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna slow it down.
Why is it moving? Why isn't it just doing everything in one place?
Oh, I missed that. I was testing it earlier. What I did is I stored it back into register 53 for the position X 53248. That just increments it horizontally. I threw them both in there earlier. because I was testing to see if there was crashing in the loop, whether it was actually going to move the sprite. And when I saw it wasn't moving the sprite, I realized it was never getting back to this line. I was trying to test it and figure out why it wasn't changing my shape. So let's play with our loop a little bit here. We could probably set this to like, let's see, we got 250, maybe 100 will do. 64. A0 was, what is A0? It was 160, so this might move it a little bit faster. Should. We also didn't position it so it's going off the screen there. All right, why is it still going a little bit slow? Let's see, 2 is decrementing the Y back to 0. It's going a little bit slower. I think maybe I have to increase one of these. Let me see, the Y starts at 2. Branch is not equal, go back to the 2, decrement the X to 5. It shouldn't be going that slow. I could probably even take this out, but it might not run. It might run a little bit too fast. Yeah, I thought it would. That's why I used a nested loop. I'm just off on my logic here somewhere. So let's see, 2, decrement Y back to 2. Maybe I have to reverse these. Maybe that's what I did wrong.
You used to have 32 in FA. Why did you change that?
Oh, I'm playing with the numbers right now to try to get the loop to speed up.
Oh.
Does it see how slow it's still going? It shouldn't be doing it. It should be able to.
Well, why is it moving on the screen? Why isn't it staying in the same original memories location?
Right here. This line right here is moving it.
Well, don't do that.
Oh, I guess I should explain that. I'm sorry. So this is basically taking what is stored in shape down here earlier. This is basically a memory area. It's being defined and saying, give me FE. And we know FE is translated as, what was it, 254? So that's where we wanted to start the sprite. So it's going to store it in 254. It's going to say load the accumulator now with the value of, I don't know how to say it, absolute value, whatever, the media value. But it's using a label for that. And it's going to put the shape, basically it's looking like this. It's saying shape equals 254. Equals 254. So now it knows that it's 254, and then we're going to increment through it. So as we increment, it's going to now be 255, but it won't go to 256. It'll flip back to 0. That's why you're seeing all those weird shapes shown on the screen, because it's cycling through a bunch of shapes in memory, which have nothing to do with where we put the sprite, basically, until it gets back to 254 and 255. So we could set a range and lock those, but I was just doing this just to get it on the screen for now. And this, of course, is just the sprite shape. We can see it. That make a little bit more sense?
Yeah, but it's kind of not a good way to do an example. I mean, you should start off, if you want to start off doing animation, you take 2 sprites and you show code that switches between them in place. And that's it. You know that.
Yeah, but that's what we're going to do. But the reason why I did this earlier is because of that crash I had. I was trying to test where the crash was going on, because it was never getting back to this line here. It got stuck here, and it never went to any of these lines down here. That's why we didn't see any animation or anything earlier. We could turn this off and just position the sprite on the screen and see the same thing.
Todd, if you look at my screen, I have just hard-coded in the transitions.
Screen
I'm using 3 sprites, not 2 sprites, but
that looks like Berserk.
Yeah, see, that's a reasonable example. So you just use 3 sprites and you're going through them, right?
yeah, I hard-coded in there the transitions. So there's actually 4 transitions to get it.
Oh, that's actually.
That's pretty reasonable.
I was getting there. I was just trying to figure out why my loop was crashing.
You were getting a little ahead of us, I think, Steve, trying to put it into a loop where you could just, sort of hard.
Yeah, I just wanted to see. I just wanted I mean, just for an introduction to sprites, getting one up using machine language was what we needed to do, and then just animate between 2 or 3 of them like Darren's doing, and then that's it. Then call it good, call it a class, and that's it.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Don't have to get into animating through 500 of them and moving them around all the screen and doing all the other stuff. I mean, you're not trying to make an entire video game. This is just machine language. How do you get something on the screen? Bam. How do you get a sprite to move between 2 sprites? Bam. I mean, that would just be something that if it could be done that way more concisely, then people would come and watch these videos and go, oh, I can watch a 15-20 minute video or a 15-minute video, and it'll just step through how to do that. Because who's going to want to watch 3 hours of this to see us do something wrong 5 times? It doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
It's not learning, really, is what I'm saying. It's actually it makes it cloudier and harder to get what really you're trying to communicate. I tried to keep up. I got most of everything you wrote, but we'll see if I can change it to what Darren has and see if I can switch between my 2 sprites, and then I'm going to call it good. I'm going to call that a lesson, and then I'm going to go to bed.
Still learning, yeah.
So I see he's got a loop. That's the bright pointer. Okay.
Oh, I see what he did. He just turned them on and off.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he didn't get into all the naming and all the other stuff, so see if I can switch over to that.
Maybe it's possible I can go back and edit this video.
No, probably not.
Do that. I think you can do it on YouTube. I mean, that's typically what I do a lot of times. I just edit out a lot of this stuff in my videos. I know I didn't do that from the beginning, but I've learned how to really get rid of the junk mistakes. It's harder when you're in a Hangout because it's just going to record the whole thing.
Do you have this wait routine here?
I'm getting it in now. I'm typing it as I've got a second screen up and I'm typing on.
And I didn't mess with your original numbers at all, Steve.
Yeah, I think
I just had made a mistake and it went back to the X register. That's why I incremented the sprite. It was a test to see what happened. I know I didn't explain that, but I could figure out why it wasn't going to the other line.
And then the other, I moved the pointer back another 64 bytes so I could get another sprite in there.
Oh, okay, that's what you did.
I'm just leaving mine with the two sprites that I made.
Yeah, and I noticed that you started on FE, which would be correct for you, I think.
Right. How do I get I got a breakpoint in here. How do I undo that?
Control click maybe? Oh, there you go.
What?
Toggle breakpoint F10.
You can't just click on it?
I just want to get rid of it. It doesn't go away.
Now you want to click on it?
Yeah, it doesn't go away, no. I don't know how I got it on there. Delete breakpoint? Delete all breakpoints. Yeah, I don't even know what that blue thing is. I don't know how I got up there. I don't know if it's screwing me up or what. I'm not getting any build anymore. Am I supposed to get errors or something? Got 2 errors.
What are they?
Doesn't give me no description though. Oh, they're there. Invalid DNE wait. DNE wait. I must have typed something wrong.
Yeah, BNE.
What?
BNE?
Branch not equal. BNE.
Oh. That makes sense, of course. Oh. Oh, look at that.
There you go.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. See there? I did a sprite and I get it. There's a little wait. You got a little wait loop in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just enough to slow it down. And then it goes up and it runs this other bit of code that switches between them.
Yeah.
And that just switches between my 2 sprite pointers. My FE and my FF. And then this just defines loading the dang thing up into memory. And the positioning of it on the screen. And this enables the sprite 1. Which is, I guess it could go back. Now that I'm flipping, I could start with either one. It doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I learned something. I'm going to call it good for the night, fellas. I got an assembly language program created. It creates sprites. It switches between sprites. I might change it to a little man with his eyes going back and forth. That's pretty cool too. But I totally get it.
I like what you said to kind of break it up into lessons. So
Yeah, a lot of little tiny lessons, and then label them as such, Your first assembly program, that's it. Your first assembly program with a sprite, that's it. Your first assembly program with sprite animating 2 sprites, and then
I see.
Just break it up like that, and then have it in a playlist,
Mm-hmm.
And you could use these Hangouts as a way to learn how people learn, and
I learned a lot tonight myself.
Right. But ultimately, I think you need to redo this video as just a tutorial of small, really short, little condensed. And you could even, type it out, type the line and show where the line works. And then when you're done, you went through typing a dozen lines, and then that's it. And then the next class is adding a couple things to it. Say, watch video 1. Now we're on video 2. Just show a few lines and exactly what those lines mean and why you added them. And don't explain anything that doesn't work. If something didn't work, cut it out of the video completely.
Yeah. So we can.
We're in pretty good shape. We figured out how to get the auto loader.
Yeah.
Got a sprite activated on the screen, animated. Figured out how to get sprites drawn in Sprite Pad, loaded up in the WinVice using PRG Studio. So we've got a good amount of stuff done so far.
Yeah,
that was really a lot. Yeah.
That's my problem. I just don't realize what is a lot and what isn't. But I'm learning myself. I'm no teacher, but I'm learning.
Well, and you're starting with some people that have done very little of it, in 35 years. So, and it's all forgotten completely.
I'll keep that in mind. That's why we did that very basic. I went right by the book when I did that one.
Yeah. Well, it was fun. I'll look forward to another one maybe some weekend. So I gotta jump off and get some sleep. It's 2 a.m.
My night's just
So-
started.
So have a nice evening.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Todd.
Have a good night, Todd.
Okay.
So you made a good point. I think that's a good point, right? Take it step by step.
Yeah.
You know, because it's so easy to sit there and move a. You know, it's not like we have to finish this in what 3 months or something. And if you take your time, you're going to get more of an audience and maybe have people, like you said, learn something. Because I can't ever tell when people are learning anything. I don't know how to figure that out.
Well, that's the first time I've ever used that kind of a loop. The DEX B&E loop, DEY B&E loop. It's the first time I've ever tried that.
You never seen that?
I've seen it. I've just never used it myself before. Works pretty good.
Yeah, this slows down. It's that for loop. So now, too bad we couldn't get those banks working.
Yeah, that's what I kind of just said. Take it all out because we would have spent even another 2 hours figuring out all these new memory locations of where the sprite pointer's at and all that. But the reason I did that is because, as you could tell, we have to keep on reducing that ink bin, that memory location. Have to keep reducing it to get more and more sprite shapes in.
Yeah.
And it's not too long before we run out of space between our programming code and our sprite shapes.
But we've got plenty of time for that. We've only got a small program, you know, as of right now. We could always set it to a routine and jump to it later and change them.
Right.
I think I set it up that way at the end of the memory, and I figured I'd work my way back because I didn't know how many sprites I'd have.
Right. I mean, you could have up to 14K of code all the way up.
Yeah.
But then, you know, every sprite takes 64 bytes. So if you're wanting to work with a lot of sprites, you know, a lot of shapes, it doesn't take long until you got hundreds of bytes, a couple thousand bytes taken up for sprite shapes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that was from that breakout, which was only 2 sprites.
Yeah.
I think we covered a lot of good things in this video, though. We really did show them, you know, how the different shapes are.
Do a reshoot of just the 5 or 10 minutes of the bare essentials.
Of the what?
Of the, you know, distill it down to 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to slice the video down. But can you download those and change all that?
I figured you'd just reshoot it. You would just do it yourself, you know.
You mean just,
yeah, just recreate it, you know.
Oh, you mean
yeah, that makes sense. You know, just make a video that shows this little program you got and just go line by line with it.
Oh, so you mean an additional video is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I thought you did.
Good idea. Google Hangouts, and then one will be a tutorial.
Your Hangout is your development time, right? Where you're trying to figure out what to do, and then
we get to watch 3 hours of figuring stuff out.
And then once you have it figured out, then you can, you know, can it up and distill it down and get it, you know.
I mean, that's exactly right, because that's what I do. Like when I was doing the very basic, I had to go ahead and do a lot of editing in those.
Yeah.
So even the jukebox was murder. That's a great way, because nobody wants to see all the mistakes. They just want to get to the point.
Yeah.
People have a very short attention span on YouTube. So we could sit there and play around with this video. That's cool. We could sit there and learn whatever else we want. I like it, actually. If you want to stay up for a little bit longer, we could probably get the bank working, or I don't know. So, mine I just got started because I work until 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, I could stay on a little bit longer. I gotta go out of town tomorrow, though.
Okay. That's good. You actually just made it easier for us to figure out what to do with the Hangout. And now just go back and reshoot the video. And just explain this is what we came up with. These are the steps. Quick step by step. And make it a little bit easier for people to follow it, of course.
Yeah, so do the basic loader, your char out routine, cover that. You can go in char pad, just make a file with 2 sprites in it, right?
Yeah.
0 sprite, and then you can do show them how to enable the sprite, set the multicolor, set the X, Y, and then your animation loop where you just basically switch the pointer.
Yeah.
And then you have your wait loop where you're doing your delay. So then you kind of talk about looping and
That's a great idea though, because it also makes another video look great and another another playlist like you said. So you got a little bit of time, Bo?
Sure. What would you like to do next?
If we can get that bank working, I mean, we could probably just use this one for our own learning and add this in later when we need it. If everybody else catches up to us, of course.
Oh yeah. So what I was saying on the bank is if I go in and look at how do you get the monitor here? Over here. Is there a way to look at the ring? And DD00, where's that bank bit at?
The 56 by 76, or the one he used earlier. You mean the DD00?
Yeah, DD00.
You can also use those scroll bars.
Go right past it.
Mm-hmm. They need a better window for that, I think. So tiny.
All right. So it's set to
Whenever we store it into it.
That's what I was saying. I thought it would start off at 0, but it was starting off at like 199.
Well, we did that. And 2 though, right?
The reason it does that is because there's a lot of bits in DD00 that do other things too. So they're set for I think it's only 2 bits that do the bank.
There's 199 you said?
So 199 is, remember there's 2 bits that handle the bank. So if you got a hex value, is it hex or decimal? Decimal. Okay. Decimal value of 199.
56 I got.
Looks like the 2 Vic bank bits are both set.
Are they the last 2? Which ones are the?
It's the last 2 all the way to the right.
Okay.
128 plus 64.
So to do bank, what were we saying? Bank 1 or 2?
Actually, that's only 192. You said it was 190.
Yeah, bank 2.
I think that's right.
Means you got to subtract 1 from this, which makes it 198. Yeah, 198 shuts off that bit all the way to the right.
Is it 191 you said? So it's turning on when I did my 128, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, and 1.
No, it's 199.
Oh, I thought it was 191. I just had to redo my calculation. I added 32. Let's use the 64 then. Skip the 32 because it goes too high. And then you said 199.
199 is what
So plus 7, 5, 6, 7. So it's plus 4, plus 2. So it's actually 128, 64, 4, 2, and 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
So to turn off that bit 0, you got to make it 198. Looks like. Yeah. FE. Oh, I was handing it. All right.
I've always wondered, but why didn't you go on to be a semi-language programmer, like a game developer?
I didn't get a Commodore. I didn't get a Commodore 64 until the 90s.
Mm. But the 90s, Lodestar was still around.
So all the stuff I got, they were all used. You know, I got a used computer, used discs, everything. By then, everything's already moved on. The Amiga was out. Everything went to 16-bit by then.
I see what you're saying.
So
there were still some
a little too young.
games on the shelf, though. You could have probably, created a game or worked for a game company. I always wanted to work for a game company, but they always wanted a degree, and I didn't have a degree.
Right.
Where I was from, at least. Believe you me, I tried. That's what sent me to college. They just kept saying, "Oh, you don't have a degree." I'm like, "What's wrong with these people?" Nowadays, they don't give a crap about that. So what are we doing here?
I turned back on that VicBank thing.
Oh, okay. So we can move forward to that, I guess.
And now I'm back to the white square and the lines. So I need to, because when you change the VicBank, the sprite pointer memory location changes too.
You know what? When I did it this time, my sprite showed up too. So it is there. I'll show you my screen here. Is that what you did?
Take a look. No, I haven't got quite that far yet. I haven't got to the bottom to update the memory location at the bottom yet.
Oh.
I'm about to do that right now.
Okay.
Getting there. So Steve, you're in good shape then. You got the sprite and in the new memory bank. So you're in good shape.
As I said, it was there this whole time. We probably just didn't turn it on or something. Was I just flying through a storm or something?
Hey, Steve, what do you got for your ink bin, your binary file?
Ink bin?
Yeah. What memory location?
BF80.
3F80. Okay.
I just now realized I stored the shape and the counter there too. That's probably why I had some trouble with them. Let's see if I can get it animated. And moving. It's going backward. Why is it going slow? I don't get this. French not able to what to do. I wonder if I have to trade it or something. It's probably to a double loop. I think for my mistakes here. There it goes. See that? I was jumping back to the same loop over and over again, so it was slowing it down horrendously. Now I just need to do is reverse the position. And we have an F-15 fighter plane. To slow it down more, of course. Now we have the Y under control. Probably move this up a notch. Still pretty dang fast. All right. $100. Let's see. My register. I guess something wrong with my logic. I can't figure out what it is. Goes to loop. Let's go to this one. Okay, this is going to be faster. Dang it. There it is. I got it. A bit faster. There you go. Moving at a regular pace now.
Now with all that stuff on your screen, how'd you get that to come back out there?
All this background stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know. This just came back. Let's see. What did we all change on it?
Was it the top thing there, DDO?
Yeah, because you had something else on here earlier, didn't you? Did you change this, maybe? I mean, would this matter if I move this up here? This just clears the screen right here, so this wouldn't matter.
Right. Well, see, once you switch to Vic Banks, that would work differently. That char out.
Oh,
That's why I'm having second thoughts maybe about moving the Vic Bank and just leaving it there. And then maybe just having the programming code jump ahead of it.
jump ahead of it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why my screen isn't changing. Stored it. Did I ever store it? Here, step in. Row. Oh, it's I didn't. Oh, why am I decrementing this on purpose? If it's in here twice. Okay. You working on anything?
Yeah, I'm just kind of researching the VicBank stuff. Did you want me to give you that keyboard thing for WinVice?
Yeah, you can. That's cool. Just send it to any. Trying to figure out why this thing isn't working now. I have a shape for the movement.
Here you go, Steve. Go ahead and download that. And save it to your WinVice folder. Let me see. WinVice. To your WinVice C64 folder.
I don't know where it went to. I clicked on download. It's showing up in a flag for copyright. Like it's blocking it or something.
You see.
Save to my Dropbox. Save it to your Dropbox. Is that it right there? I see the date. That's probably it. Okay, run this, save it like 4 times.
Yeah, then put it into WinVice C64.
Main folder?
Nope, the C64 folder.
Oh, I see the C64 folder. Is it going to the right one or something? Okay, there we go. So now
Then in WinVice, you're going to want to click Settings, and keyboard settings.
Well, I need to load it from here, though, right?
Well, you got one running over there. You can just use that one.
Oh, I can use this one?
Sure. Actually, we'll do a hard reset on it real quick.
I was wondering.
In settings and keyboard settings.
Like, I'll be looking for that folder.
Click on Browse.
This one?
Sure. Yeah, click Browse. And then go back to WinVice C64 folder and point it to the file I gave you.
That it?
Looks good. Then click OK, and then go ahead and try pushing plus and minus and shift 2 and see what you get.
Oh, much better. Oh yeah, now they look like just like on your keyboard.
Cool.
That's awesome. And we're hunting
So to keep it this way, go to settings and make sure to save current settings. And that should be it. From now on, you could do like shift 2 to, oh, I'm sorry, the quotations are actually, you know.
I like the string that way. I was like, cool.
So now you got to get used to it all over again.
Very much, yes. Making an adjustment.
But at least now when you push plus, it comes out as plus.
Yes. Especially when you're trying to find that asterisk. That one isn't going. Now it's right there. Instead of over here.
Yeah, the asterisk should be shift 8, yeah?
You still got your regular characters though, right? You go here and play with all these.
Yeah, on your keyboard, if you push shift and control together, it'll switch it between upper and lowercase.
Yep. Standard character sets.
And now if you hold down shift and push home, it does a clear home for you.
Oh, that I didn't know. Shift and home. Cool.
You know what I've never been able to find out on WinVice though?
What's that?
Is how to emulate a run, stop, restore. You know, you hold down run, stop, and you hit restore real hard. Like WinVice doesn't seem to have that.
Mine, yeah, I could never get it to work either. I was like, I don't know, maybe stop building or something.
Closest they got is to do a soft reset, but that wipes out the basic program.
What did I just do to it? Something to the screen.
Well, what you got a black border now.
Yeah, I was playing with the keys, so if you hit the control key, it changes the border.
Oh.
Interesting. Oh, the alt, I think it was.
On mine, if you hold down control, you can push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and change your colors. Also, if you hold down tab and push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep. And then I knew that part best. And then just seeing how it changed the border. I cannot figure out how to get it back. I was playing with, like, I was doing the clear home like you were showing me, and then I hit one of these keys and it shrunk the border up top and bottom. I have no idea how to put it back. Keyboard now. That's really weird. Maybe I have to be in this mode. Oh, did you see that? We hold down the Alt key. And you press the insert. Weird stuff.
Ooh, yeah, if I hold down Alt and push insert it, whatever in my clipboard gets pasted.
That's what that is. I can't figure out how to get my thing back, but oh well.
Maybe if you close WinWise and open it again, maybe that'll. Because that looks. I never seen that before ever.
Yeah, that probably just playing with it. What was that? If you hold down the Windows key, you can move this window backward and forward with the Home key. Did you know that? Cool learning all these tricks. It minimizes all the windows and leaves WinVice on there. Yeah, I could just reset it. I was just wondering what settings I changed right there. I set the double size. And what else was set?
Looks like it's fixed now.
Yeah. Apparently it is. See if I can make it do it again. That's uppercase. If you hold Control, Insert, there's upper lowercase. Wait, nothing. Home. Nothing. Oh.
Huh.
Oh, I did it. Maybe it was caps lock. I don't know. I'm just like playing with all my keys now.
Ooh, what button did you push to make it say press play on tape?
Whatever it is, I just did it again. Oh, it was a control key or something, or the Alt key. No, it was the tab, shift in at the caps lock. Okay, that's weird. Puts it back every time now. Play with that all day, that's fun, but anyway. Now I realize I'm probably just going to have to delete the Google Hangouts video. Who wants to sit there and watch us talk about silly stuff at the end?
I mean, the beginning part was really good because you went through like downloading all the programs and getting them up and running and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like what he said, we'll probably need to split it up. I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
I realized that when I had to go back and look at some of my other Google videos when I was trying to translate them to my website, how painstaking it is to try to pull the stuff out of it just so I could understand it. There's stuff that you said that I wanted to learn about, and I was like, yeah, I have to watch a 5-hour video just to learn that. So he's got a good point. I still don't think the Commodore 64 will ever have 100,000 views. I've never seen a channel that high for Commodore 64.
I think one of the most popular videos up for Commodore 64 I saw was somebody made a video that's Grand Theft Auto for Commodore 64.
Oh yeah, that one has 1 million. I did see that one. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But it wasn't real. But I mean,
yeah, it wasn't Commodore 64. I did notice that.
Oh, hang on.
Huh?
I haven't seen this. You gotta share. I've not seen.
Let me show it to you then. Since we're just having fun right now. GTA C64. I'll probably get it. There. Probably added newer ones.
Some people believe esports
Skip the commercial.
aren't really sports. It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, 5 it and it doesn't skip it.
Some people believe esports aren't really sports. And it's okay to be wrong. You see, we show E-League on our TVs.
That's a long commercial.
And our TVs only show sports.
It's a horrible commercial.
No. Ever seen this one?
No. Never seen it.
Is that too loud? I like the tape.
I'll have to look it up because it's the audio's chopping out. And
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
GTA, Vice City. This one's Vice City. There's a GTA over here at the bottom. They've probably been making more. This one is.
That's not really on a Commodore 64, huh?
No, it's not. They're just doing it.
They're just faking it.
It's what they call that. It's clickbait.
It looks pretty
Even
good.
that tape is not real. That tape is a CGI.
CGI, like a CGI, you mean?
Oh, and they're kind of imitating a loader where it flashes the border colors while it's loading.
Look at the graphics, man. That's horrible for sprites. The music might be Commodore 64, though. What do you think? Nah. I don't think it's that advanced. I'm going to look up something else here. It does a good job of emulating what's really in the game, though. You know, like production. That'd be cool if we could do something like that. We just have to get, I'll put in sprites on the screen and...
This is what, when you said demo, this is kind of the thing I thought you had in mind, was like a little movie or something like that.
Demo for
For the project.
For the project?
Yeah, when you were talking about a demo, I thought you meant something.
Oh yeah, no, that was just basic stuff. We could do a demo, but not many people come to watch a demo. You can't play a demo. You can have a demo title screen. These looks pretty cool, I think. There's another one I'm going to look up here.
Here, I got one for you to look at here that actually is done on a Commodore 64. There in the chat.
You got it up?
I put it in the chat if you want to click, if you want to see the.
I was trying to figure out what was playing there. Okay. Let me know when you got something up. I was looking for the.
Go look in the chat in the Hangout there. There's a YouTube link. Yeah, there you go. This is done. This actually is a Commodore 64 that this guy did.
Okay, cool. I can tell by the line. The screen capture.
Yeah, the screen capture. It looks like it's like off of a VHS or something. I don't know.
It's weird. Also, there might have been somebody recorded it a while back. Does it take a while to get past this part? That's a long introduction there.
I don't know. Is it playing? Or did you hit play?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's playing the theme song right now.
Right.
You must have the sound. Yeah.
It starts with Enterprise.
Good sound effects.
Really awesome. Oh, that's pretty cool. They're doing the introduction of it.
It's like a whole episode.
It looks like you just used the standard character set for it, huh?
You know why they probably don't have many views on this other than not having many subscriptions? Look at the title. How are people going to find that?
Yeah, I think it uses like the default characters, you know, the graphical characters from the Petsky.
You mean like, oh, the ones that's built into the keyboard there?
Yeah.
Is that all it does, or oh, it does more? Okay.
Yeah, fast forward a little bit and get to the action.
Yeah, I thought that was all I was gonna do. I was like, is that it? Oh wow, that's awesome. Little full screen there. Looks like it might have almost been written in BASIC or something.
Yeah, that's what it says here. It says it was written in BASIC.
It does. I had full screen that, so I wasn't looking at it anymore. Not bad for BASIC, man. And then there's BASIC for you.
Yeah, the very Star Trek camera shake.
I like this idea, though.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's a simple standard characters, and
I thought it was cool.
yeah, it's pretty cool there. Look at their feet.
They all had high heels on.
Now, those aren't sprites, right?
I think it's all characters.
Just drawn background characters.
Printed characters on the screen.
That's actually not bad. Yeah. I wonder if you can download the code for that.
I don't know.
Your toys were not working. There's no animation. This would be quite hard to do in machine language. Now that soundtrack, is that still a Commodore 64 soundtrack?
It was on a cassette or something.
Okay, because that didn't sound like a Commodore 64 could do that.
Could the Commodore 64 play music off the cassette while the program was running, though?
Not off of a cassette. It can emulate actual real sound, though.
Oh,
Voices and stuff.
like the Spectrum, it could actually play music while it was loading. If it was
Yep. I think with the digitizer, you can get like real songs out. Atari did that once. It's a lot of work.
I've kind of fiddled around with that a little bit, getting like a WAV file to play on a Commodore.
Really?
But, you can't do much. It's only 64K, so you only get like 1 second, 2 seconds.
I wonder how they did this.
I think the sound in here the guy did separately, and he recorded the Commodore screen with music playing back on its own to a VHS tape.
Yeah.
He obviously uses a lot of graphics. Green-blooded logic. I never knew he had green blood.
Vulcans.
They have green blood.
No, they took all the women. That episode sucked.
You see that thing moving at the bottom?
Yeah, if you plug a VCR into a screen capture device and play a VHS tape, there's like on the bottom, like there's this weird stuff going on. I guess because on VHS tapes they figured you wouldn't see that low on the old TVs, you know.
The other TVs were smaller.
Oh, it's the overscan area.
Right.
Is that the end right there?
Yeah, I think it's over.
Still a long line here. There's still more.
Oh, maybe not then.
Let me see if the rest of it.
Oh, they made it old.
That looks pretty good, actually.
I like the way they did that effect. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Party on Enterprise. So this thing is probably old then. My car.
Hey, now the show got good.
Yeah, there's some animation.
That's actually not bad, actually.
Steve, did you ever figure out how to save your disks to D64s?
Not yet. I haven't got that device yet. It's due here in probably next week.
Are you getting a 1541 Ultimate?
I think it's called the 1564 S drive.
Oh. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
You get the thing that plugs into the cartridge port, right?
Yeah, it plugs into the cartridge port and it's got an SD.
It has an adapter with it and everything. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I know with the Ultimate too, you can plug it into the cartridge port, and then you also plug it into the serial port for the disk drive.
Yep.
Then you can put a SD card in it, or I think it even lets you do like a USB flash stick too.
Yep. And then, so like the way I had it is I had a real 1541 that was unmodified, so it was set as device 8. And then I had the 1541 Ultimate set as device 9. And then that way I was able to, do and it actually includes a, what is it, the retro action replay, like a fast loader cartridge that has a disk copy utility built into it. So then I just went into that and, set the source and destination disks. And that way I was able to copy a real floppy into a 64 file that I could use.
Well, question about that. The reason why I got this one is he said it would do both ways. So it copied from floppy to...
Oh, you got the little bitty floppy drive that's just an SD card.
Mm-hmm. To store the SDs on it.
This one does not plug into the cartridge port, though, does it? It just goes right into the like the port for the disk drive.
There's a picture of it right there. Can you see that?
Yeah. It looks like it just goes right into the serial IEC bus.
I wonder if these other two things are next to it. I can't do it with the mouse moving away, but the other two little dots next to it there.
Yeah, because like the 1541 Ultimate, you can run cartridge files and tape files and all kinds of stuff, not just the disk ones. Because it uses the cartridge slot, I guess.
Well, this one's pretty good though, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I can't say.
I was reading down here. This is where he was saying, and I asked him. He said it can copy from floppy. Right here it is.
Yeah.
Right here, read this line right there.
Oh, so the thing about the 1541 Ultimate is that it acts like a real. It's like hardware emulation of the real 1541. So like the copy protected discs work. The G64s, the nibble type discs. You don't have to use the cracked ones, the D64s. You can use you can copy protected discs and still use them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, will it do what I'm trying to do?
As long as it's not copy protected. Like you were wanting to get those Lodestar discs, right? Are those copy protected at all?
No, just like any of my programs off my disk drive.
Yeah. I think as long as it's not copy protected, it should be fine.
Yeah. I mean,
your basic programs, you could even just load it and then save it. Load it from drive 8, save it to drive 9.
That's what I wanted to do.
You'll have to put that at the end of the chain. It looks like it only has one port for the serial, right?
Go back to it.
So you'll probably want to set this device up as device 9. It looks like there's some dip switches on the back. Is that to set the device ID?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So you probably want to set it at 9. And if you got a real 1541, you'll put it first on the chain and then
I see what you're saying.
out from that to this, right, as 9.
I wouldn't have guessed you had to do that till you said that. That makes sense. That's why Lodestar loaded memory location 196 to get different devices. Makes sense. I think this might have been the one that Lodestar was giving away in a game contest one time.
This device?
I think it was either this or something. It was basically it stored. It wasn't, maybe it wasn't this because they probably didn't have SD then. It was around 1995 or so. I don't know when they made this, but they said there was somebody that had one on a drive, and you could store hundreds and hundreds of disks on it, which was unheard of at that time.
Yeah. The other thing in the 1541 Ultimate is it has a menu that lets you create blank disks. Like you can create a blank D64 or G64.
Oh yeah, the Ultimate's awesome, but it was on back order so bad. I just really wanted something right away. I was like,
oh yeah.
And he kept saying it was on back order. It's on back order. I mean, this one alone is coming from another country. I forget what he said. It was Finland or somewhere. He sent me an email.
So it has an LCD that shows what D64 is loaded in there or something like that.
Yep.
Does it have a way to create blank one? Or I guess you could just use Vice to create a blank one and copy it to the SD card.
Yep. It's from Hungary. And you know what happened? They were supposed to have been here already, but they put the wrong address. I don't know if you saw that. They put the wrong address on the border.
Huh.
So they had to go back to the post office and track it back probably. Or it came back to them or something.
I hope you get it.
Yeah, I hope so too. I paid money for it.
There's your tracking number. What's it say?
I haven't even looked it up yet. I should probably do that.
It was on your order there.
It was on the, yeah, he sent it. Oh, wait, it was on the order?
I don't know, whatever you were just looking at.
He added it to
Yeah, it looked like it was a hyperlink there. Yeah, there.
I think I just copy that and look it up. It's like a really weird post office. I have to go back and see which, it's got to go through their post office and then it goes through our post office.
Yeah.
Really weird.
Hungarian Post.
And he gave me the name of it here. It took him a while to respond. Maybe it wasn't in this email. Oh, right there it is. I see it. I have to copy it again, I guess. And just open up a notepad. Copy number. 10 days for delivery. Where's their tracking number? We're pleased to help you. Usually you can put a tracking number in here. What?
Magyar Posta.
It's supposed to have the tracking number right here. Links to the tracking patch most are frequently sought. It's all in the language. But I can't put the tracking number in here. Earlier I was able to. The application is not available. Please try again. Probably the website's down or something. That's kind of weird. Oh wait, here we go.
How's your Commodore been doing now that you got it back?
Oh, I should probably done a video on that. I sent him some money for it. He done a great job. It's running really good. He built me an adapter. Hold up here. It's he said it's from a 128, but he rebuilt it, and that thing is running smooth. I left it on for like 5 hours, and it was totally fine.
Oh, he got you a new power adapter, huh?
Yeah, he gave me, it's a 128. He was trying to fix mine, but I ran into some problems with mine, and he just gave me one of his, basically. And he didn't want to pay me. He didn't want me to, wasn't going to charge me anything for it. And I was like, no, I need to pay you something, dude. That's awesome what you did.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, I was like, he's like, no, I'll pay for the shipping. You just pay for the shipping. That's good.
He got you a new power supply. Did he do anything else to it?
He put heat sinks in it.
Heat sinks?
Uh-huh. And he fixed 2 boards.
Oh, he did. He repaired the motherboards for you.
Yep, I said both motherboards. He fixed both of them.
I've got a SX64 that has a bad PLA that I've got on order, and I've got some heat sinks I'm going to put on it.
And it really does a good job with it, right?
I hope so. I don't know. I've never put heat sinks on these chips before. Well, in the SX64, the VIC already has a big heat sink on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was planning on replacing the PLA with one of those newer Planktons. It's a replacement PLA. It's not a Boss chip. It's I think it's like a application specific or some sort of FPGA. Right?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But it's supposed to run a lot cooler, be 100% compatible.
I think he was talking about that too, because the PLs get hot or whatever you were saying.
Yeah, so I won't heat sink that, but I got some heat sinks for the SID and the CPU.
That's cool. And you know what I like about this? You see what he wrote here? It's available on eBay again. So this is a rarity. It's hard to get a hold of this one. You never know when it's going to be on there. So I got lucky when I bought those discs, and I said, you know what? I wonder if I could find it.
That looks really cool. Usually the those SD to IECs, they're smaller than that. They don't have an LCD screen. They just have a slot for the card.
Oh, really? Yeah, I see it now. There's an LCD screen now. Oh,
yeah. And usually it doesn't have its own power source. You got to plug it into like the cassette port or the user port.
Oh. So I got everything with this thing.
Huh? Power supply for it. And a lot of times they don't have a port like that for the IEC. They just got like a pigtail.
This is a pretty good deal, you're saying.
For the the SD to IECs that I've seen have not looked this nice.
Wow. Well, I guess I'll give him a good rating, even though it's taken forever to get here.
Plus,
I was ready to dispute it. I was like, he's not going to do anything. I work for PayPal. I was going to dispute it.
Yeah. And I know that people have trouble setting the device ID on them. So it's nice that that's got dip switches there that you can set the device ID.
That I like.
Usually you got to do it in software. And I guess it's tricky to set the firmware to change the device, unless.
Yeah. And what's this on the top, I wonder?
I think that's the LCD screen.
Oh, that's where it comes through. I see what you're saying there. So I wonder what this, it has a manual or whatever. Let's see. Displaying errors. Oh, it shows the errors on it right there. Loading. That's pretty cool. More than 400 units sold to worldwide. Yeah, but so you were saying about the fast loaders, turbo disk. And I just got some new fast loaders.
Oh, so see, this one will work with a fast. So usually that's one of the things. These don't work with fast loaders unless you get a special. Like there's a retro, like the retro replay, I think is one that does work with them.
I see.
But like the classic ones won't. The Mach 5s and the old ones.
Yep. Manages subdirectories even from CLI. That sounds pretty cool. So I could sit there and use it like a Windows computer or something.
Well, there's a way to get it to boot right into like a file browser where you can.
Oh yeah, some guy was showing that on YouTube. I know you're talking about. You have to download a special browser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
But otherwise, I think that there's that LCD and then buttons that'll let you browse it on that LCD maybe and select it using those buttons on the front.
There's buttons. I didn't see the buttons. Oh, you mean
buttons? It looked like there was a button on either side of the slot. Yeah.
Oh, those are the buttons. Oh, I can make out what those were.
Looks like there's a button and then an LED and then the SD slot and then an LED and another button.
I see it now. I just thought those were decoration. I didn't know what those were. Kind of cool. Yeah, now I'm really excited. I'll do a video on it, of course.
That does look pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw this on YouTube or something, and I was like,
I totally don't need it, but I kind of want one now.
$70, and they're still going. Yours says a limited time.
I guess it'll work on a VIC 20, right?
Oh, it's down here actually.
Yeah. No VIC 20, huh?
No, 20.
I wonder why not.
Maybe it does, and he just didn't know to list it.
Knows.
I mean, you can use a 1541 on a VIC 20. I do.
Right.
Yeah, there's the dip switch he was talking about right there. Not need to open a box. So you had to open a box originally. 1 year warranty. That's pretty cool. A utility software pack. Oh, what's that?
Turbo disk, fast load, Jiffy DOS, Dream load, Exo support.
And I got
machine with Jiffy DOS before.
You can also do those inside of the, what's the name? Interesting. You can put those inside of the motherboard too. He's got one that he built with all that stuff in it. I keep telling him he needs to do a video on it. Maybe he just doesn't have time or something. Like, dude, you need to do videos, man. You would get so many views. You get more than I would. But yeah, that's should be here. Let's see, it was what day was that email? He said 10 days from the date when he wrote that email. So November 27, the 10th day be from that. Like the 7th or 8th or something. It'd probably be here this week.
So
Nice.
10 days from that, 6th or 7th, I guess. Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah. He said shipping time is about 10 work days. His wife wrote the wrong address. I mean, because my wife wrote wrong address to package.
So did it get returned to him?
Yes, it did, probably. You shipped it originally on November 17th. Oh no, this was my message. Okay. Yeah, that's when he originally shipped it. I was tracking it for him, and I was like, it's already, almost a month later. But yeah, that's going to be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, he maybe should have give you a little partial refund on that or something. Maybe give you your shipping back, or
If I decided to dispute it, I could.
Yeah, what's his name? The Highlander?
Uh-huh.
He did a video recently where he said he ordered some stuff from Cytronic, and it's been like over a month, and he still hasn't gotten it yet. He's been bugging
That's right. Yeah, let's go to his channel actually right now. Is it just Highlander? A Highlander?
Oh, the Highlander.
The Highlander, maybe. Putting up the movie.
Maybe put the Highlander C64.
I guess I'll just
That
him.
gives you the game.
Gosh.
Try the Highlander. Oh, you found him. Okay.
Did you see this one, Darren?
no.
I don't know if he's built the entire game, but he's rebuilding it from the game tutorial.
Yeah, it was Jorge Rottensteimer. He wrote that game It's either called Guns and Ghosts or Supernatural back in 2013.
Title screen there.
And he basically did a GitHub of every step he did of programming the game. And what Highlander here did is he's going based off that website, and he made it into a video series.
So
and I tried to get him to join our chat, but he's too busy.
That
I would love to hear his insight.
thing, that base of my retro gaming is reflected in what I have here. I mean, I have my PC here. I have my Commodore and my PC, and that is the most important thing.
All right, just subscribe.
So last week,
I'll check it
I
out.
was
Yeah,
browsing the
he's got good
internet
videos.
for information on how games work, and I was interested in the game loop and the timing. There's actually some really interesting on the internet that go into how timing works and how do you control timing. How do you make sure that your game runs at a certain pace, at certain frames per second. And that is important when you have to deal with hardware that is faster than you want your game to run, which is, definitely a challenge of today. You have to slow your game down. In the Commodore 64 days, it was different because the hardware wasn't, it was fast enough to write a game, but you couldn't do that much in between screen updates. A Commodore 64 PAL system runs at 50 frames per second, but that doesn't mean, the video chip runs 8 times faster than the CPU, and the CPU has all kinds of stuff to do, and it leaves only a little bit for you to do your game logic.
I'll have to ask them. In Europe, do they still do 50 frames per second for their TVs?
That was the kind of thing
They
that I was looking into.
Highlander's from the Netherlands, I think.
And
Yeah,
I found something.
yes.
I found something really interesting.
Have you talked to him before?
Game dev. There was
And talked to him a little bit, yeah.
sort of
He's on my Skype.
a tutorial or a course, or someone said, let's write a C64 game. Basically, a little bit like Tony Cruz, Electric Adventures' his course. Let's write a retro game, which I'm very interested in because it goes just into those things. A game timing. How do you set up a screen? How do you do collision detection? And all those kinds of things that have. How do you keep a score? How do you shoot bullets? How do you make sure that when your player falls and he lands on a platform, he doesn't keep falling?
Yeah.
All that kind of thing. Some things are easy. When you die, the game is over. The score goes up for. But picking up an item, how does that work? How do you know where the item is? How do you know what the item is that you picked up? How do you know that you picked it up? All those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy had a tutorial. Let's write a game, and it started with step 1, and it wasn't. It didn't look interesting at all.
Huh.
And I read some of the comments, and I read one comment that said, okay, it sort of has merit, but it isn't a real game. But I'm pretty sure that by the time that he wrote that, the game wasn't finished because I decided to click ahead. You couldn't skip to the end, so I didn't know how many parts there were, but I had to click to part 100, and at part 100 there was a complete game.
Wow.
And what a game that was. I was blown away by the quality of this game. It was so good. And I was expecting some sort of, poor homebrew dude writing a simple game.
Mm-hmm.
But this was professional quality stuff. Music, gameplay, interesting. It was smooth. It had everything. And it had all the code. Plus explanation by the guy who wrote it.
Wow.
So I thought, this is gold. This is, for me, this is gold. This is interesting stuff. Now, what he's done, he's gone ahead and used the Acme cross assembler, which I've heard of before, but it's very poorly documented. The kick assembler is a much better documented assembler. I don't think the Acme assembler is even used or is even developed anymore. But the developer of this game, his name is Georg Rottensteiner. He's German. He's even written an integrated development environment for this cross assembler. But it gets even better because he wrote his own assembler using the syntax that belongs to the Acme compiler. So, Acme assembler. So, that means that I've gone, I've now seen, I've seen 3 different cross assemblers now for the Commodore 64.
Yeah, C64 Studio is the one he's talking about.
He is?
One, the Acme one. This guy, this Georg, has documented the assembler that he wrote, so that's good. The thing is, I don't know yet where I want to go with this. But I've always wanted to know how to write a game, and I feel that this is a good opportunity to actually look and learn. Now, I'm pretty certain that he's...
Me too, man. Me too.
Right,
he does a little step at a time. There's a bit of code, and there's an explanation. Now let's do the next step, and there's a bit of code, and the next step, and there's a bit of code, and the code expands, and he explains in every step what he does, and there's 100 steps, and at the end, there's an actual video game, which I'm going to show you when I'm done boring you with my talk. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I've been thinking, what the hell am I going to do with my life? And this is one of the things, that I just keep coming back to. And this may be the moment that it actually comes together and I learn this thing. Maybe it's just about learning it for me. Maybe it's, it ends up, maybe at the end of this, I think that, hey, this is doable. I can write my own game. I mean, it's not impossible. I just have to have a good idea. But, so maybe I'll just do videos that go into, into this code that I show you what the next step is, and I explain a little bit about it, because I'm sure that I can find stuff that needs expanding on. I'm sure that Georg did his best explaining his code, but I'm pretty sure that there's alternatives, maybe there's things that it can add to it, and I may do videos about it. I may not. I don't know. But it's exciting. So at least it is to me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh, wait a minute. I'm forgetting. So
I think he's up into step 60s now.
Free. You can play it. You can have the code. You can do everything. But then there's also a commercial version, which is called Guns and Ghosts, which is a bit unfortunate because it's going to confuse people with ghouls and ghosts and goblins. But this is Guns and Ghosts. It's exactly the same game, but the commercial version has multiplayer options added. It has improved graphics. I'm sure there's a couple of bugs that are ironed out, and you can buy this version. You can buy it for £5 at 2 places. You can buy a floppy disk or tape version. I think you can buy a cartridge version as well. Off the top of my head, I cannot name the sites, but I'll include links to them so that you can just check them out for yourself. Both of those sites actually refer to each other for a free download of the commercial version, but neither has one. So there is no free download for the commercial version. Of course, you can find it, but you'll find a cracked version which, you know, in this case I have a little bit of trouble with, because this is actually a good piece of work, and this guy is selling it right now, and he's actually making new games. I think there's a new Commodore 64 game underway, which is called Hyperion. I can't wait to see it. It looks a little Star Warsy, futuristic, but made by this guy, it's got to be good. Now, Supernatural is the free game. You can just download and play it.
Yeah, Hyperion. That one had me real excited, but they put it on hold.
It's the commercial game. It's exactly the same. So you don't have to.
This guy's like what's that? BitOps.
Downloading an illegal copy.
Who did the Metal Warrior?
Play Supernatural. It's a great game, and I'll after this. I'll show you where I found it and what these coding steps look like and what you can do with it. I'll show you the guy's website.
But Metal Warrior doesn't explain this stuff.
I'm excited.
Yeah, the stuff Covert BitOps does. That's really, really advanced, man.
Go away.
No, it's
I'll be doing pickups.
Way over my head.
Know it. I don't know it, but at least at this moment, it's Supernatural. Enjoy the gameplay, and if you want to stick around for some of the code that goes behind it, then stick around. And otherwise, thanks for watching, guys.
So he finished the video.
Okay,
you said
this
the
is,
game.
Supernatural.
Oh, there it is.
I think he's not all the way through all the steps. I think he's in the 60s, a little more than halfway done.
I was just saying.
Is he modifying it, or what is he doing?
The commercial version, but there's code.
No, he's just following along the website and following each step, and then he's just making a video of it.
Oh, he's just showing it how they do it.
Choose,
I thought you said he was making his own game.
Choose D. Now, of course, we're going to choose.
Well, I mean, he is making it. But he's coding it himself, but he's basing it from Joe Rosenstein.
Now I'm going to show you the one with the music first, and then I'll switch to sound effects. I have to say that the
go ahead and click to his channel.
Lackluster, but you know, not bad. But let's just try music first. I'll try and explain the game a little bit. So here we go.
There we go.
Plays in Greenfield, Ohio. A local newspaper mentions several missing people. Seems to be a reoccurring pattern every 44 years. We should investigate the town cemetery. Am I a cop? I think I'm a cop. I don't know. So let's go. Get ready. Now this sort of looks Ghosts and Goblins like. This is Dean, and Dean can fire 2 bullets at this moment. Boom. And I have to wait for Dean to reload his gun. And in order to reload his gun, I just have to stand still for a bit. So after I've shot twice, I have to wait, and then I can shoot another 2 bullets, and I wait again. So this is a challenge. I can pick up extra bullets. Bullet spaces, so I can fire more than 2 bullets. It's actually quite a challenging game. This. One of the things that I wanted to learn about coding. Oh, there's a pickup. I picked up something, although I don't know what it is. Maybe it's health, or no, it's not. Health symbol. Maybe a faster reload or something. It looks like it's faster reload. It's actually a useful power up there. There's also speed bullets. They kill any well, they're stronger, and they will kill many. That's controller. Many enemies with just 1 shot. The thing is, I'm playing this on Vice, and I'm using the 360 controller, and the only way to jump is with the thumbstick, and I just cannot get used to jumping by pushing up on the thumbstick. So I'm going to make a lot of mistakes there. Now there's a power up. Again, I don't know what that does. Load, boom. But listen to the music. Look at the graphics. Another power up. I don't know what that is again. You can't see the bullets flying. That's a design choice, I think. You can see screen flashing, but nothing really zooms across the screen. I just hit anything that's on my level at this moment. Oh, another power up. I'm being oh, that's the level. It's all single screens. And now there's a bat. The bats I have to hit twice. Boom, there's one. I don't know. Oh, I want that. I want that. That's a speed bullet. Oh, I can't reach it. Oh, that's so sad. I would have been able to kill the bats with one shot. Oh, shoot.
It's not bad graphics either, huh?
Oh, another one. That's an extra space, and that's the speed bullet. That's good because now I can go boom, boom. Every.
Yeah, I like how they mixed multicolor with the high res blue background.
Standard.
That could be taken away from me. But it's a very rich game, isn't it? It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the free version. It looks exactly the same as the commercial version. Guns and Ghosts. The music is the same. See, as I have more bullets. Oh, shoot. Ah, oh yes. It's hard. Yes, thank you. That's what I wanted. It's not very useful now, but there's going to be skeletons later, and they're going to be very hard to kill. Oh, that power-up is gone immediately, too. I thought the speed bullet stayed. Okay. This level is hard because I cannot, these ledges are too high for me to jump on, so. Hey, I've got only 2 bullets now. It's not entirely bug-free, see? Okay, so the commercial version is, I mean, I played the hacked version of the commercial version, and it didn't, it was a bit easier, so that's.
I like that.
That's something that's changed. Let's try, okay. Type my name. Thank you for letting me type. Now I'm going to try it with the sound effects, and you'll notice the sound. I'll shut up, and you can listen to the sound effects. Here we go. That's it. That's the shot.
Whoops. I'll turn it up a little bit.
That's lackluster, isn't it?
Can you hear anything?
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear him pretty good, but no sounds from the.
Oh shoot! That's the "I'm dead" sound. This is much easier when you can. Oh, this when you
See this
jump, you press the joystick up. Pressing a thumbstick up for me is. Oh, there we go.
This is the ideal
That's
behind what I want to do. Is something
reload.
simple.
Oh shoot! Why are you not reloading? Oh, I want that. I'm not going to get it. Ah. Walked under him. So, well, you've seen it. This is it goes on and on. The levels are imaginative. You know, for single screen levels, the graphics look good. The music is okay. The gameplay is good. You know, the jumping, the animations are good. And for a free game, homebrew game that I have the code for, I'm really impressed with this. This is something I can really dig. So pickups, power-ups, really nice. So
I had a lot of fun with this game too. The only thing I don't like about it is if you hold up, like the guy hops and hops and hops.
Yeah. And this is where he gets into
yeah. So
talking about it.
this is where I
Was that what you were showing me earlier?
where I found it.
Yeah, that's he switched the thing.
Lots of them. There are 100 steps to be exact.
I thought I saw
This is
somewhere.
on gamedev.net. I'll include the link to this page below in the description. Then I won't forget it. And then, yeah, I just want to read this out to you. Today's development is leaps and bounds, I think, beyond imagination from 20 years ago. I've always had a soft spot for the C64 after all these years, so I sat down and tried to start assembly program on a C64. Now that we've seen the result of his efforts, I find it difficult to believe that he just sat down and did it, and that came out.
Right. It's a lot of work.
And I know this because before he published Supernatural and Ghosts and Guns, there were other games already. There was Joe Gunn, and but we'll you know, I'm thinking he did that earlier, but we'll just take it for what it is right now. Yeah. So this is how it's done. He just shows a little screenshot, and then he has a little link to step 1, which is a zip file. Now, if you look in the zip file, there it is. There's a J main assembly file. I don't know what the J stands for. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's just, I mean, it's just a name, and he calls it J main. J, and it's an assembly file. And if you open the assembly file, then I'll just.
He uses C64 Studio.
This is actually shown in C64 Studio, which is pop behind my head. C64 Studio, which is the integrated development environment that he built himself.
Wait,
so it's basically
George wrote this. The same guy who made that game made this. Made 64.
That explains a lot.
So if you write characters to this address, they show up on the screen. This is where the program starts. You want to start the program with a command like this, so there has to be a little basic program at this address. Anything you put at this address will be interpreted as a basic program. Then we initialize the sprites.
We
don't want to make anything visible, please. Then we set the character set. He uses decimal values here, so I'm not exactly sure what he does here. He switches the Vic banks. Now, for a starting programmer, I don't believe this,
That's advanced work right there.
Bank switching and character sets and stuff. This is all. Anyway, let's not doubt his. Let's not be cynical. And then there's the main game loop. He flashes the border, obviously, and then he increases screen character this value, and then he says wait frame. He has a wait frame, so he loads the raster. And this is where these are hexadecimal values. This is the raster register. He compares it to F8, which is a raster line right at the end. And if it's F8, it goes to wait frame. And if it's not F8, wait for the raster to reach line F8. It should be closer to the start of this line. I'm not exactly sure what he does. In every iteration of the game loop, what he does is he waits. He looks at the raster register. He compares it to F8. If it's on F8, he jumps back here. If it's not, he goes on, and then he does the same thing, but he jumps back when it's not F8. So I'm not exactly sure what he tries to do here. Anyway, he comes out of this and then he starts back to the game. This is some, I have to think about this. This is some, are we on F8 already? If so, wait for the next full screen, prevents missed timings, called too fast. So not exactly sure what his technique here is.
The scan lines,
but that's the way he does it, you know, and that's, I mean, this is just step one, and I'm already asking questions. You know, but I'll figure this out. This is easy stuff. I just have to think about it. But that's the way he goes. And then we go to step 1B. And in step 1B, he has some extra code and oh, no screenshot this time. And then it goes to step 2. And then we have custom characters, and we have our own character set and all that stuff. So I think it's really, really interesting, especially knowing, because by this time I was, you know, when I'd seen this, I was still thinking, you know, where's this going to end up? And I mean, I've seen other efforts that, you know, end up in games that, you know, that may be interesting, but they're not the quality that I've seen in Supernatural. That is just amazing. And then there's the final step. Here it is. Well, you can see this is the screenshot. Here are the companies. Cytronic. It says for digital download, tape or disk. Digital download is not true because you cannot download it there. And RGCD, cartridge with nifty packaging and stickers. Now, I'll include these links, but you know, let's have a look at them. And they make games. I've never heard of them. Cytronic software, but they have Commodore 64 games and VIC-20 games and other things. Look at it. It's good stuff. And this is Hyperion. This is what I just talked about. Oh, yeah. This is Hyperion. This is Georg Rottensteiner's new game. And it says here, now in production. So this looks, look at it. Look at the animation here.
Pretty cool.
Look at the gameplay. That's, I am, there's a little film clip there. So I'm very anxious to see what that is. So, but we'll try and find Guns and Ghosts here quickly. I think I may have already skipped over it. Oh, here's Joe Gunn. That's his other game. I think I skipped over it. I think I skipped over it. Was it 3? Nah.
It's at the top.
Start from the beginning. Hyperion, Honeybee. And if they'd done this in alphabetical order, I would have. 3.
There you go.
There we go. Guns and Ghosts. There we go. And here it says a digital download version is also available by our friends over at RGCD. Okay, let's look at RGCD. We go to RGCD. And we click on games. And then there's Guns and Ghosts. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, and there it says the retail version of Guns and Ghosts currently not available. You can buy the game on cartridge here or as a download, tape, and disc from Cytronic software here. And then they link back to that site. So it's just sort of a merry-go-round. But this is the Guns and Ghosts game, which is basically just the same. The gameplay is a little different, I've noticed. And there's different players, Georg and Trev. I had Sam and Dean. Brothers, co-op, double Georg and double Trev. I don't know. There's just sort of a manual here, trivia. So interesting stuff. Now, who is Georg Rottensteiner? He's the developer of this stuff. He has a website. Ta-da! And we go to games, and here we go. there are games, but there are also C64 games. Let's look at that. This is Guns and Ghosts. But then we had Soulless, we had Get 'em DX, we had Joe Gunn. Now, this is, and then we had Penultimate Fantasy, which is not like, it's like Final Fantasy, but then not quite. So, and this is a basic game, I think. But, you know, if I see these and they're kind of listed before this game, then it sort of sounds like, hey, I sat down and started to write a game, and it came out Guns and Ghosts. I mean, not that he's totally amazing. Look at this, and then this environment. So this is awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited. Are you excited as well? Then clap with me. I like it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it yet, but I just thought I'd share it. Thanks for watching, people. I have nothing else to show you. Bye. Oh, I can wait. Bye.
That's pretty cool. That's
And
pretty
if you click to his channel, you can see how far along he is on the.
Does he have a playlist? I was gonna see if he had a playlist. Is it maybe? Wow. He's got up to reloading bullets already.
Hopefully I'm good enough.
And he goes through and he explains all the
Oh,
code and
right.
everything. Like we looked at that.
No.
Oh, yeah.
He really researched this.
At least one. So here's what we do. We go past all the items, right? So we load. We set X to 0. We go to the table of active items. If in a certain position there is an item none item, that means we can go to the next item, which means increase X. Check that we're not at the max item count yet. If we're not, then we go back to item loop. So,
You know, I'm curious about is how they did the background collision detection. Maybe he's got that on here. Collision detection.
functions go because it appears like the code is one long list. It is. Nothing is. These are the low bytes of the address of the first character on every line. And these are the high bytes. Together, you can very quickly find an address on screen, which is good. Then there are some new tables.
Good tables, so you wouldn't have to do multiplication. That's smart.
Yeah.
The X extend bytes, but there's now a character position, sprite character position X, and a sprite character position X delta, which I'm going to explain in a minute, and the same for Y, sprite character position Y and character position Y delta, and then the sprite position Y. So these tables, sprite position X and Y, are just the sprite X and Y positions in pixels. The other ones are the sprite X and Y positions in character positions. So each sprite now has a character X and Y coordinate, which is more coarse than the pixel X and Y position, which is more granular. And I'm going to make that visual so that you can perhaps know what I mean by that. Let's perhaps first, and I'm going to have to let me scroll down. All right. Let's just first see what the end result is. Here we are. This is our sprite. This is our level. We can move our sprite just like last time, but this time when I bump into this, boop, it stops. When I bump into that, boop, it stops.
I didn't lose you guys, did I?
it stops. When I go left, and I go left, it stops. Now,
oh, I lost your screen share. Oh, now I can see you.
tell me what's going on here. The Vice emulator.
I was trying to turn off the Google Hangouts so it doesn't go so long. If I stop broadcast, will that kick you guys off?
No.
Okay, then I'll just stop the broadcast. I don't want to.